I'm Barbara.
Hi, how are you?
I'm here with two other friends. We all came in together. Because they're about to actually better not.
Welcome to something special. Welcome to TEDx. This TEDx event is part of a global conversation that takes place every day in every corner of the world. In schools, in theaters, in workplaces, even in prisons, people gather to hear the best ideas bubbling up in their communities. More than 3,000 TEDx events are held every year in 170 countries. It's a remarkable thing. TEDx events are self-organized under a license from TED, a non-profit organization devoted to discovering and sharing powerful ideas in the form of TED Talks. It's not TED itself, but your local TEDx team of volunteers that has done all the work to put on today's event, including booking all of the speakers. It's this team's ideas, dedication, and time that have made this possible. We really hope today's program sparks an exciting conversation. This is a day for curiosity and for skepticism, for inspiration and for action. The more you enter into it, the more you will take out. And now, on with the show.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone. It is Saturday. It's rainy, it's dreary, and you made it here. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Yes. All right, now that we got our energy lap, I want to slow it down. I'd like to start by us just taking a moment, because we have all been in this moment before. Some of you, if you want, you can close your eyes and imagine that time where you're at a pond, a body of water, or you were watching someone else drop a pebble into the pond, and what happens? It ripples. They are small at first, but they travel outward, reaching places we can't always predict. A famous CEO once told me that she has every single member of her team carry a pebble. So in every meeting, when they're about to make a decision, they can think about what are the ripple effects of this decision that I'm about to make. That's what today is all about, the ripple effect. Welcome to TEDx Babson 2025. TEDx is built upon the belief that powerful ideas, when shared, create waves of impact. And what better place than Babson to explore this concept, where entrepreneurship is more than about starting a business. We believe it is core to humanity, and it's about creating change. At Babson, we call this entrepreneurial leadership, a people-first mindset where the leader not by title, because we are all leaders, the leader sees problems as opportunities and collaborates with others to solve them. It's about thinking boldly, navigating uncertainty, and using innovation to make a lasting impact. When an entrepreneurial leader takes a leap, one idea, one risk, one bold decision, it can set off a chain reaction that reshapes industries, transforms communities, and even changes the world. I've seen this ripple effect firsthand on my journey as CEO of the Arthur M. Blank School for Entrepreneurial Leadership. Thanks to the generosity of Arthur M. Blank, co-founder of the Home Depot, owner of the Atlanta Falcons, and proud Babson alum, this school has become a powerful force for change. It's not about what we do here, it's about what people do when they leave, armed with an entrepreneurial mindset and a deep commitment to values-based leadership. Our alumni go on to spread the seeds of innovation, leading with purpose and commitment to change communities all around the globe. And today, you are adding to that ripple. We all took the time to come here on a Saturday in the hopes of learning something new, and you will not be disappointed. We hope what you gain from today will extend well beyond this room, well beyond this campus, well beyond your communities. As we embark on this journey, I leave you with the one question: what ripple will you create? Because the waves we start today, through this ideas we share, the conversation that you will spark together, will have the power to shape and change the world. To begin, please join me and welcome me a key part of our team whose dedication has made this event possible year after year after year, the driving force behind TEDxBabsonCollege and a true entrepreneurial leader, Tamara Lomenzo.
Thank you, Donna.
Absolutely.
Thank you. All right, is my mic on? Yes. Good morning, everybody. It's so great to see you all. I'm not usually the one who stands up here, so I don't really know what it's like, but it's pretty tough here. It's my pleasure to welcome you to the 9th, she said, over and over and over. Yes, this is the 9th TEDx we've done at Babson College, and we're so excited about it. Our theme, The Ripple Effect, is a powerful reminder that every action, every decision we make sends waves far beyond what's right here. It goes way out in the future. And as the Dalai Lama said, just as ripples spread out when a single pebble is dropped into water, the actions of individuals can have far-reaching effects. Reflecting on the journey of TEDxBabsonCollege, we began in 2017 with an idea. We had 10 speakers, but we only had about 80 people in the audience. So thank you for coming today, because we have a lot more than that. And actually, it's over 500. We have about 350 in the seats and another 150 or 200 watching virtually all over the globe, which is great. The event and all the work that goes into it is our own way of creating waves and extending our ripples throughout the community. We welcome into the Babson family the new speakers, new sponsors, and that make this possible. And we hope you're ready for some delicious dumplings from Dumpling Daughter, one of our major sponsors. Today, as you listen to these incredible talks, I encourage you to think deeply about the ripples you can create. To change your perspective, it takes one idea, one spark, to change your perspective or motivate you into action. If you walk away with just one thought that moves you, that is a ripple. None of this would be possible without the dedication of the students. You've seen them walking around with the black shirts and black pants and up at registration and running around all over the place. There are 33 dedicated students working on this event. And this is the only event at Babson that boasts collaborating between undergraduate and graduate. And that's great. So thank you all. It takes a lot of work. We start in September, and we finally get to today, which is amazing. Thank you all for being here, for being curious, for being open to new ideas. Let's make waves today with our ripple effect. And now I'm going to introduce Niyati Daga, our graduate co-chair, here she is, and Ria Aurora, our undergrad co-chair. Take it away.
Hello everyone, good morning, and welcome to TEDxBabsonCollege 2025. Thank you so much, Ms. Levin, for your opening remark, and thank you everyone attending either here in person or joining us online today. My name is Niyati Daga. I'm from Calcutta, India, and I'm your graduate student co-chair.
My name is Ria Aurora. I'm from San Jose, California, and I am your undergrad co-chair for this year's TEDxBabsonCollege event. We are very excited to have you all here today, and I'm so proud to inform you, as Tammy mentioned, that this event is the only organization at Babson College fully run by both graduate and undergraduate students every year. As a junior at Babson, I've had the pleasure of being on this team for the last several years, and I can truly say it takes a village.
We're so lucky to have the help of many resources available by our community, and especially our team advisor, Tamara.
One of our other sponsors, or one of our other resources who we extend our deep gratitude towards are our sponsors. Thank you to the following who have made this event possible: Needham Bank, Dumpling Daughter, Olin Graduate School of Business at Babson, Arthur M. Blank Center for Entrepreneurial Leadership,
Babson's Undergraduate Student Government Association, Sheraton Needham, Merritt Newton, and Pepsi. This event would not be possible without the support of our sponsors. Their contribution have helped us bring together an incredible lineup of speakers and foster an event where bold ideas take root and inspire meaningful change.
Before we begin, let's run through our agenda for the day as listed in your programs. We will have 6 speakers in the morning, followed by an intermission break with food and drinks. I'm also very excited to share that along with some melodious piano by Kate, we will be having the Rocket Pitches, Babson's a cappella group, perform, and we'll be singing a few songs at the end of intermission. When we come back, we will return for our afternoon session of 6 more speakers. And if you have any questions, please don't hesitate to ask one of our team members. They're wearing black TEDxBabsonCollege t-shirts.
Your safety is our #1 priority, so please take a moment to locate all the exit signs in the room and find the nearest exit sign to you. In the unlikely event of an emergency, we would evacuate the auditorium and reassemble at the nearby gym in Babson Athletics Center. The evacuation map at the check-in points are there for your reference. Before we begin, we kindly ask that you please refrain from taking any photos and videos during the performance. However, we strongly encourage you to share your experience on social media before and after the show. And don't forget to tag us.
Lastly, to minimize disruptions, we request that you remain seated during the talks and please use the intermission for any unnecessary breaks. Lastly, please note that there is no Q&A session following the performance, but there will be time to meet the speakers and get to chat with them afterwards.
Now, this is the moment we've all been waiting for. TEDxBabsonCollege audience, welcome to a day of inspiration, transformation, and impact.
Under our theme today, the ripple effect, we recognize that change starts small. Every choice we make, every story we share, and every bold step we take sends waves that extend far beyond what we can see.
Like a single ripple in a vast ocean, a small moment can set a massive change in motion. One idea can reshape an industry. One act of kindness can inspire a movement. A conversation can reshape perspectives for generations to come.
Today, we will explore how the ripples we create extend beyond our immediate surroundings and instead across communities, industries, and mindsets. Our carefully curated panel includes CEOs, educators, entrepreneurs, students, and members of Babson's very own community who will share their powerful, thought-provoking ideas worth spreading. They will remind us that no action is too small to create lasting change. So, are you ready to make waves?
Then let's begin our journey.
Our first speaker is tackling one of the biggest revolutions in healthcare today, AI.
Dr. Harvey Castro is a physician, entrepreneur, and an AI strategist dedicated to making healthcare proactive instead of reactive. With over 20 years of experience, he's at the forefront of using AI to detect diseases before symptoms even appear. Today, he's here to share small technical advancements can create ripple of change, shaping the future of medicine. Please join us in welcoming Dr. Harvey Castro.
Good morning, everyone. Well, I want to start by saying thank you to every single one of you guys. I know you have a lot of stuff going on, and it means a lot to me to just stand on here and be able to present, so thank you. And before I start, I just want to say one quick thing, just plant a seed. I really want to dedicate this talk to all the patients, all the family members, because we've suffered through healthcare, and after the end of your talk, you'll know what I mean by that. So let's drop right in. So I've been an emergency doctor for 20 years. And over 20 years, I've had to give devastating news. I've had to tell patients, unfortunately, that they have cancer, that they've had a heart attack, and it truly breaks me. And I hear this all the time. In my head, it haunts me. If I only had known, Doc, if I only had known sooner, that hurts. I want to be able to change that. I want to be able to tell patients just in time, we got here just in time, nothing has happened to your heart yet. We're going to do things now for you. As I think about this more and more, it reminds me of my grandfather. You see, my grandfather is legally blind, and to me, my grandfather is my father figure. I didn't have a dad, and my grandfather is my dad. And he did something smart. At age 5, he sat me down and taught me how to play chess. And at 5, I was like, cool, I get to hang out with an adult. He's going to teach me. And he taught me life lessons. He taught me how to be a person. Sounds weird, but he did. He had that impression. He taught me how to wear a tie, how to drive. And it makes me laugh. He taught me to wear my wallet in my front pocket, and I still do that today. But as we started playing chess, I noticed that he was having trouble looking at the chess piece. You see, he was diagnosed with macular degeneration. And for those people that don't know what that is, imagine you're looking at me right here, but imagine black spots in your vision, and only a small portion of your vision you could see. You see, so when we started playing, he would kind of turn his head, lean in, kind of frustrated, make the wrong moves. It broke my heart to see him suffering. And one day recently, he's still alive. I'm blessed to have a grandfather still. He made this amazing move. Caught me off guard because poor guy, he's having trouble seeing. And he laughs, and it's like, ha, 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 Harvey, I can still beat you, and I'm half blind. See, that moment inspired me. Because my mission as a doctor, yes, is to improve healthcare, but my life mission is to make a difference in healthcare. What can I do to help prevent people from harm? And so as I start looking at the different diseases, I thought, oh my gosh, there's this thing called gene therapy, and basically what it is they have your DNA, they cut out the bad part of your DNA, and they replace it with good DNA. You see, I have the gene that eventually will express to have macular degeneration. So I'm at risk at one day not being able to see my grandkids, my kids. And then my son has it, my mother has it. So now I'm calling my mom, I'm like, hey mom, let's take these eye vitamins, let's do these things for macular degeneration, and there's some clinical trials now that I really think will be perfect for you to take that gene out, and so that she can see me into her 90s. And so I wanted to share these AI glasses, and basically my grandfather, he can't see, he legally cannot be driving. And so I'm able to give him glasses, and the AI glasses, you can turn this on, and when you turn it on, it has an application that's able to see individuals. So another human being can be his eyes and can tell Grandpa, hey, on the right is going on, or on the left, this is what's going on in the market, and you can keep walking forward. The other thing that's really interesting is I could take a picture, like I just took a picture, all you guys, by the way, and with that, it analyzes what it saw, and it tells my grandpa where the chess pieces are and where everything's at. And I thought, man, what a way of delivering healthcare. See, half the battle is I want to take care of you, yes, but it's more important to prevent than to actually treat it. And so as we move forward, I thought, man, when I was a kid, I loved throwing rocks into a pond. It was still, and then seeing those ripples going through. And I thought, this is AI. AI is doing that. I plant the seed, and then all these ripples are going on and transforming healthcare. How? It's creating predictive analytics, telling me that I'm going to have macular degeneration. It's telling me last night, you probably need a little extra sleep there, because you're not going to be doing great tomorrow. And so these things are really helpful, and why shouldn't we be using this to help us? So then I thought, you know, when the asteroids hit Earth at 45,000 miles per hour, it killed the dinosaurs. Well, my analogy is AI is like the asteroid, but it's not here to harm us. It's here to help us, to heal us, to prevent these horrible diseases that we're seeing. In fact, this is a crazy statistics. 41 million people die every year to preventable diseases. I want to say that again. 41 million people have passed away due to things that we could have prevented. That shouldn't happen. How many of you guys know someone that you wish we had known sooner? And so as we move forward, I thought, let's leverage AI. Let's use things, and my favorite phrase is, we don't know what we don't know. If my voice, and this exists, if my voice can predict that I'm going to have Parkinson's disease before my hand starts to tremble, gives me precious time to prepare with my family, prepare with my healthcare professionals, and work with them. Wow, what an amazing ability. And I thought, well, let's put this everywhere. Let's put this in developing countries. Let's put it where an individual in a village is walking and having her daily life, able to talk to AI, and her voice is capturing, is she a pre-diabetic? Does she have the disease? Can we catch it early before the damage has been done? And then I thought, well, why don't we put it in wearables, like I mentioned earlier? Why not this help me? And there's wearables out now that exist. So someone that maybe she's pregnant, these vitals are going to the wearable and then telling healthcare professionals as soon as they start seeing flags to keep both the pregnancy and the fetus alive. It's like, what a way to transform healthcare. So to do this, we need to transform healthcare, and I know a lot of us, it's like, oh, AI is scary, I get it. And so I came up with this acronym. It's SAFE, how to safely use AI, so why not call it SAFE? So S for strategic, We need to be very strategic. There's 100 problems out there. Let's be strategic. Which one do we address? We need to be accountable. We need to be responsible how we use this information. Third, we need to be fair. We need to make sure that everyone has access to this. I think it's inhumane not to give access to everyone. And last, we need to be very ethical. And like my grandpa's example, we need to be early so we can catch things before the damage has been done. Now, I relate healthcare to a firefighter. We don't see a firefighter until we see a fire, right? Why do we see a doctor when we're having trouble? We should be proactive, not reactive. Believe it or not, there's over millions of people with pre-diabetes. Pre-diabetes eventually will become diabetes, and eventually the complications of diabetes could be blindness, strokes, heart attacks, amputation. At the end of the day, suffering. Why not leverage AI to give me those silent treatments, silent symptoms that that person's having, so I can hear and see, or that voice is telling me that person has pre-diabetes. You need to start them on therapy. Why not start doing that? We spend $400 billion in the United States every year on diabetes. What if we can address diabetes before it happens, prevent this disease from progressing to those points, and then those $400 billion possibly can go to something else that society needs? So as I start looking at this, I started thinking, back in the day when I was a medical student, I took a vow, and my Hippocratic oath was, do no harm. And I started thinking, why does it do no harm? Because back in the day, there was all these therapies, and some of those therapies were hurting people. But we didn't know better, right? But we were trying to help. So our mantra was do no harm. But that's been around for 2,400 years. So to me, it's time to update that mantra. We need to change it to let's prevent harm, basically. Prevent harm from happening. So I need to be teaching my medical students, let's prevent harm. Let's do these things that I've just mentioned. So for me, there's 3 quick pillars. Number 1, in AI, we need to detect these things. Like Grandpa, we need to do a retinal scan so we know that this is coming. We need to see how we can help. Second, as we're detecting these things early, these detections, we need to start putting this in our workflow. So instead of getting a blood test, maybe you just have a talk with your doctor, and the talk is an AI listening for different diseases. And we need to personalize. I see some twins here, and I know you two guys are not alike. So why do I treat you guys the same? Why do I treat every single person here with the same treatment? It needs to change. I need to be able to use something like your DNA or your personalized medicine and then convert it specially for you. Now the next part, ethics, I get it. I have a patient, her name is Sarah, and she loves AI. But she's like, Harvey, or Dr. Castro, I'm really worried about this. So to me, it's all about trust. We need to do this right, because if we get it wrong, people are not going to want to use this. And I know it's a great tool to help humanity. So number 1, I want to make sure that this is private, the data is secured. I know there's some stuff in the news right now that there's a company that may be going bankrupt, and what's going to happen to their data? That's scary, especially their DNA. So why not make sure that we implement the right things so that that never happens in the future if, God forbid, a company does go bankrupt? Second, let's make sure, and I've said it already, let's make sure we're fair and equitable with this technology. Let's help everyone. At the end of the day, we're all human, and we just need to make sure that we're doing our best to help each other. Third, this is a dicey one. Regulation, I get it. I see both sides. On one side, I want to see this thing advance. I want to see this thing go cure cancer, help people, create new drugs. But on the other side of this, I know the regulation needs to be there to make sure that no one gets harmed, that this trust is there. So I want to finish this talk with just a simple thing. Ask everybody, just take a minute, put your hand on your heart for a second. Do you feel that beat, that drum? That's what connects us all here. We're all alive. It's why we are here. It's what connects each one of us, where some of us are strangers. But let's use AI to give us more beats, give us more time with our loved ones, give us years so we can enjoy our grandkids and our future. just like my grandfather, he was always 3 steps ahead. And when we play chess, I relate that to AI. AI is 3 steps ahead. Let's make sure that we don't wait too long and it becomes checkmate. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Castro. It's amazing to see how AI is transforming healthcare in ways we've never thought possible.
But not every tool that helps us heal is powered by technology. Some are as timeless as sound itself. Our next speaker, Sadie Higgins, is a writer, speaker, and music wellness advocate who has studied how music can be a lifeline in moments of crisis.
Please welcome Sadie.
Dancing without sound is like a world without music. It doesn't make any sense. Without rhythm, movement can feel chaotic and unpredictable, kind of like our emotions without regulation. But what if music could guide our emotions just as it guides dance? Because let's face it, without direction, it can feel like we're spiraling out of control. And that's exactly how I felt 5 years ago. My husband, 3 small children, and I had moved in with my sister-in-law, a COVID ICU nurse, during a major home renovation. He spent his days working a 9-to-5 and building our home from scratch. My sister-in-law spent her days working overtime at the hospital, and I spent my days at home raising 3 children and building a startup for nearly 3 years. Oof. I'd lost my spark. And I was trying to suppress my emotions like shoving a beach ball underwater, only for them to pop right back up and smack me in the face, time and time again. Until one seemingly ordinary day, when I picked my boys up from their music lessons and said, "Hey guys, what'd you play today?" And my oldest responded, something Grape Something by Harry Styles, I think. Well, I hadn't heard of it, so quick search and I pressed play. And as the sound waves of that breezy love song filled the air, so did something else. Joy. I began swaying back and forth and noticed that my boys had too. My shoulders, which were fixed to my ears almost permanently, finally relaxed. I was weightless, unburdened, and hopeful from just one song, and I craved the feeling. Shortly after, I secretly bought tickets to see Harry Styles in London and told no one. Little did I know that decision would help carry me through one of the toughest seasons of my life. Music isn't just auditory cheesecake, as psychologist Steven Pinker once stated. If that were true, we would have evolved out of it generations ago. But for nearly 60,000 years, civilizations have used music for communication, connection, and spirituality, just to name a few. From ancient battle drums to sacred religious ceremonies to the bonding between parent and child, music is a universal language that shapes our experiences. Imagine movies without music. Jaws without the dun-dun, dun-dun. Or Lion King without the Nun Sigonia. Right? Even silent films needed a score to enhance emotions.
That day, listening to Grape Juice by Harry Styles in the car, I realized I could be the conductor of my own emotions. I could use music to guide me through emotional regulation. What's emotional regulation anyways? Some scientists think it's the key to contentment. It requires us to acknowledge how we're feeling and also to process how we're feeling before moving about our day. I'd always deemed emotions good and bad, black and white, but all emotions are okay. It's what makes us human. In fact, trying to suppress them, like shoving that beach ball underwater, can lead to a whole host of issues. Increased aggression, heart disease, an earlier death. No, thank you. With this in mind, I began incorporating 3 things into my life. Number 1, curating playlists to match and gently guide my mood. Number 2, playing an instrument for cognition and as an emotional outlet. And that's my cute little son Van on the ukulele. And number 3, attending concerts for connection and joy. There are numerous studies that talk about how music can help shift our mood. And I think we do this intuitively. For instance, think of a song that you use to motivate you to move your body. Does it have a beat like this? This is around 140 beats per minute. It's joyful, it's upbeat, it makes you want to dance. But I think you've seen enough of that from me today. On the other end of the spectrum, listening to music around 60 beats per minute or less can help us process our emotions. And that sounds something like this. So you can hear the difference. It's much calmer. I'm sure you've already created playlists in your life. I know I definitely have. I have a songs to cry to playlist, a come on, get happy playlist, and a not today playlist. But what if we took this one step further? For instance, say you're really angry, but you have an important meeting or test coming up in about a half hour or so. From Hulk to Dalai Lama playlist is just what you need. 3 to 4 songs with a pulsing beat and lyrics you can really rage into, followed by 3 to 4 calm and content songs to help you move about your day with clarity and resolution. You can do this with any opposing emotion, from Eeyore to Tigger playlist, a from Gollum to Gandalf playlist, and if you know, you know, think about that one. Have fun coming up with the names. Music has been a part of my life since I was a small child, playing the violin, singing in choirs and bands, but now I was approaching music with more curiosity. Listening to Harry Styles' music helped me rediscover things about myself that I had deemed weird or silly or at odds with my life as a mother and a wife. And I began a journey of self-discovery. 3 months after moving into our beautifully renovated new home, the unimaginable happened. My husband, Teddy, was diagnosed with brain cancer. I was just figuring out who I am when suddenly the only role that mattered was caregiver. My family needed me to be strong for them. So I turned to music, which allowed me to feel weak and undone privately so that I could be strong and sturdy for them publicly. Teddy's doctor, a world-renowned neuro-oncologist, suggests he play an instrument to help in his recovery process. Turns out, playing an instrument is incredible for cognition, especially memory, and can even create new neural pathways. I hadn't played anything in years, and I felt inspired. So I dusted off the old electronic piano that Teddy had bought me 10 years earlier, and I began to play. And it helped me come out of the overwhelm and fog of caregiving and a cancer diagnosis in the family. And here I am playing with my son Heath on the drums. And if you're thinking, I have not one musical bone in my body, there's no way I'm playing anything, let me remind you, you walk around with an instrument every single day. Your voice. And it doesn't have to sound good to reap the benefits. Singing enacts our parasympathetic nervous system, which helps us reduce cortisol, thus reducing stress. And who doesn't want that? Humming also yields similar results. I hum every morning, I hum every night, and any time in between I need a quick hit of contentment, which can be a lot every day. Do you want to try humming with me right now? Yeah, you can hum as much as you want during the day, but right now, let's give a big hum. I'm going to take a big deep breath in. Join whenever you're ready. Hum. You all sound fantastic. and it's very calming, isn't it? Whew. Music was playing an even more vital role in my family's lives, and we began prioritizing going to shows. Yet I still hadn't told anybody about those Harry Styles tickets. When I finally confessed, Teddy's doctors encouraged us, insisted almost that we go, saying it would be helpful in his healing process. And it certainly wasn't the only thing, but they were right. Teddy's been holding steady and stable for 2 years now, and he's in the audience with us today. The dance moves help too, I think, right? Concerts are magical experiences where incredible things happen. Our heart rates and our respiratory rates sync up, helping us to act as one. Our oxytocin is released, which is actually our connection hormone, making us more susceptible to giving and receiving love. And boy, couldn't the world use more of that these days. Abraham Maslow calls these peak experiences or moments of enlightenment, where we can actually lose sense of space and time. Concerts are also incredible equalizers. We hand out friendship bracelets to strangers without caring or asking about their political affiliation or socioeconomic status. We are bonded by the beat, the emotion, and the artist. Neurologist Dr. Andrew Babson also likens concerts to time machines, meaning 10 years, 20 years down the road, if you hear a song that you heard live, it can catapult you back into that same time, space, and most importantly, emotion of that experience. That means no matter what happens, Teddy and I will always have the memory of hugging while absolutely ugly crying to fine line at Wembley Stadium amidst the glow of 80,000 twinkling lights. Speaking of twinkling lights, if you have a phone handy, I would love it if you could press the flashlight button for me and hold it up high. Oh, this is a dream. It's beautiful. I'd love to have a mini concert experience with you guys if you want to keep holding those up. I'm going to divide you into 3 sections, and I'm going to give each section one note. Hold that note even when I move on to the next section, and as I conduct you, wait a second. Oh, what the heck was that doing back there? And as I conduct you, when I go high, that means you're going to get louder, and when I go low, it means you're going to get quieter. You guys want to try this with me? Okay, let's do it. Okay. Remember how we did the hum? We're going to turn that into an ah. Okay. Ah. That's amazing. Keep
Keep holding it. Keep holding it. That was incredible. I will tell you, I'll have that experience in memory for the rest of my life, so thank you. Music doesn't just fill the silence, it fills us. When we use music to navigate our emotions, we become sturdier, calmer, more understanding people, which can lead to a ripple effect of peace and positivity to all of those around us. Whether you curate a playlist or sing in the car or buy those concert tickets, do it knowing you're making your world and the world around you just a little bit better. You can become the conductor of your own emotions. The baton is in your hands now. Orchestrate something magnificent.
Thank you, Sadie, for that beautiful reminder of how music can connect us, heal us, and bring meaning to our lives. As a singer myself, I know firsthand how powerful music can be, not just as something we listen to, but something we really feel. Music has the ability to capture emotions words alone often can't. And Sadie's talk beautifully highlighted how sound shapes our experiences in ways we may not even realize.
Absolutely. And while music has the power to move us, some challenges require the use of other tools. They demand resilience, leadership, and the ability to adapt under pressure. Our next speaker, Ed Brixey, knows this well. A Babson alum, MBA class 2016, military veteran, faculty member, and leadership strategist. He's here to explore how the hardest moments of our lives shape the leaders we become. Please welcome Ed.
Some years ago, more than I'd like to count, but what honestly feels like a past lifetime, we kept a pair of boxing gloves in our offices. We kept them for those occasions where 20-something young men living in a dynamic, dangerous environment, under a tent with a musty smell and a dirt floor, just got to be a little bit too much. And sometimes a few rounds and a handshake was what it took to diffuse the situation. Since then, I've been working with leaders across all walks of life, going into business and consulting and working on leadership development, working with leaders from organizations from 2 through 2000, and discovering what it takes to help those leaders build better organizations, to help them overcome some of those odds, to understand the dynamicism, and what they need to do to build stronger teams. I was having a great time doing that, but about a year ago, I had a brainstorm. What if I talked to the leaders who didn't need me? what if I talked to the leaders that were already excelling in their fields? I loved company culture, and I figured I could find there's a little element of all this culture. There's some kind of commonality between these leaders that I could take, and I could say, hey, this is the key. This is what we need for good leadership in organizations. And so I started talking to these leaders, going out across all sorts of different verticals, from nonprofits, tech, manufacturing, even lobbying. Started talking with leaders of organizations anywhere from 10 people to almost 10,000, from 2 million in revenue to almost 2 billion. And every single one of them, that culture was a little bit different. They all had their own norms, their own values, their own languages, their own ways of dealing with problems and raising people in that organization. But as these conversations continued, I started to know some commonalities. And it wasn't in the culture that they were creating, but it was in how they were creating it. You see, throughout, as leaders, conflict exists. We will face adversity. And it's how we handle that that unlocks our true leadership potential and the impact that we can have in our teams, our companies, the industries, and even the world. What happened with these leaders is I started interviewing them, and the first step, the first piece that they always met was this adversity. They always encountered some challenge, something that set them on fire, something that gave them the passion to move forward, to continue, to do better. Whether it be inheriting the family business, and the first act they had to do was to lay off the cousin who just couldn't cut it. To taking an organization on a turnaround from realizing, wait a minute, we have 3 months of cash flow left. What do? Or our manufacturing lines are a complete and total mess. Time to roll up the sleeves, get to work. They always had that first stage of the adversity, which then gave them an intense moment of personal development, where they learned how to lead, where they learned how to connect with people, where they learned the skills in guiding, building, and developing their teams. That was the second stage. The challenge from that was we've made it through. We've done well. The organization's rolling along. Things are growing. Things are good. We're happy. But now I have other people that should be handling these problems. I have other people that should be hitting this challenge. And this is with stage 3, as they're developing other leaders. This was a major learning curve for them. This was worse for them than dealing with the initial adversity, because the initial adversity was charging, felt it inside. It gave them some passion, some energy, some drive. But this next step, they're human. They want to solve other people's problems. There was no adversity for their future leaders. And that became the great challenge of how do we step back and let people face their own road bumps? How do we step back and give them the opportunity that we had without stepping in? And this was so incredibly difficult for these people that were passionate, loved what they were doing, loved their organizations, and all of a sudden, they have to let other people have a hard time. For some of them, as I was talking in these interviews, you could see that as they're talking about this, they would have rather been in that boxing ring than have to step back. But when they started doing so, they started seeing the intense development of their own people. They started seeing those coaching, those mentoring opportunities where people had the opportunity to learn and grow as leaders themselves. They found opportunities to pay it forward. One of those leaders saw one of their team leaders struggling with the personnel between just 2 people on their team butting heads. And just, I know how to solve this, I've seen this a million times, but I need them to handle it. And they kind of handled it. It was okay. So, okay, time to coaching. Let's smooth over the situation. Let's make it even better. And the first thing, as the 2 of them were sitting in the room, that this leader said was, I knew that was going to happen. And so their team leader looks at them and, Well, why did you let it? Why? Because I needed you to learn how to handle that situation. You're going to see it again. So, how do we make this better, and what do we do better next time? There was a method to the madness within the boxing ring. We knew throwing a couple jabs back and forth wouldn't solve any of those issues. But in the environment we were in, that got it out of the table. And we knew that almost all of those bouts would result in a stalemate, people exhausting themselves, having to shake hands, and okay, now what? Where do we go next in order to build this situation? In order to remedy this, in order to make this better? That's what adversity does. Adversity gives us that opportunity to create impact, which creates the ripples. The greatest challenge with adversity, though, is do we do it? Do we take it? Do we accept it? And can we learn from it? I started going back as I was interviewing all these leaders through old case notes, old case files, seeing some of the leaders I had coached as new subordinate, who were new supervisors, who were new managers, some of the mid-level managers that were struggling. And what was it causing them to struggle? And I realized none of them had been through this crucible. None of them had experienced this adversity and learned from it. They had either shied away from it or tried to offset it. Somebody else had stepped in and solved the problem for them, and they just never learned. And so when it finally got to the point where it was dangerous, they didn't have the skills to equip. That crucible had forged an anchor which held them back. For the leaders that have made impacts, they saw that opportunity and they took it. They stepped back and, wait a minute, this is something we can do. This is something I can take an action on. This is something I can learn from and grow. And in doing so, they forged that armor. That crucible built armor around them, taught them, gave them skills so that they could face the further adversity, so they could step even farther. The hardest part was coming up with the courage to understand the adversity for what it was. Building that adversity and taking that, the first thing all of us feel when that conflict comes about, that insecurity, that lack of comfort, all of a sudden the confidence isn't there. And that's a good thing, because just as adversity is part of the human condition, so is that lack of confidence. You're just feeling what's natural when people enter that type of a situation. The harder step there, how do we accept it? Because when we do find the ways to accept that adversity, what can we learn from? What are we missing? This is my red flag. I'm feeling lack of confidence. Okay, now I'm in a crucible. This is a time for me to learn, for me to grow. What am I missing? What is there here to learn? And who can support me through this? If you do those three things when you find yourself in that adverse situation, that is where the impact starts. That is that first ripple to start that leadership journey and to start learning how to be that problem solver. And as soon as you see other people going through the same thing, it's that same moment where you can say, now it's time for them to learn. You have an opportunity to continue to pay it forward. And that's the ripples that you create as a leader. The best leaders in the world leave leaders behind them. And that was the final step I saw in that development. For the ones that were truly exceptional in building their organizations, building their teams, the last thing they built was a legacy. They created lasting waves that impact their industries, that changed the way things were done, and that created extraordinarily success and made better situations, not only for themselves, but for all the people around them.
Thank you, Ed. Leadership isn't just about guiding others. It's also about confronting our own vulnerabilities.
Next up is Marie Elena, who transformed her struggles into innovating an app called Plug, turning personal challenges into a tool that empowers others. Her journey from secrecy to strength showcases that power of self-acceptance and innovation. Let's hear her inspiring story.
Please welcome Marie Elena Garrity.
That's me. I was 8 years old. And when I was 8 years old, my babysitter saw that an eyelash fell onto my cheek. So she walks over to me, she swipes it up with her finger and goes, "Oh, look, now you get to make a wish." I had never heard of the idea that when you lose an eyelash, you get this free wish, but I thought I'll take it. So I closed my eyes and I wished for what any 8-year-old in 2009 would wish for. I wish for Hannah Montana tickets. I wanted this wish so badly. I went upstairs to bed that night and began pulling out my eyelashes, one by one, wishing for this every time. I wish that now I could go back in time and tell this 8-year-old everything that was going to happen because of that night. And no, it's not that we got to see Hannah Montana. It's that that night of pulling out her eyelashes was just the beginning of her experience with a condition called trichotillomania. And trichotillomania was about to become her biggest secret for the next 15 years. By now, you're probably wondering, what is trichotillomania? It's a hair-pulling condition where people feel the compulsive urges to pull out their own hair. Common areas are from your eyebrows, your eyelashes, or your scalp hair. For myself, the condition would evolve into the frequent pulling of my eyebrows and eyelashes. Rightfully so, if I could tell 8-year-old me this, she would probably freak out. But I'd calm her down. I would say that in dealing with this condition, she's going to receive 3 amazing powers. But in college, this condition got pretty bad for me. In a post-COVID world, most of my school and work life moved onto my laptop. But my laptop was where I felt the urge to pull the most. My triggers of stress and tiredness and boredom ran rampant during online work sessions. And the most frustrating part was when my hand would reach up to pull, I often wouldn't even realize it until the hair was already gone. It was because of this that I had bald spots close to all the time. Now, a common question that people with trichotillomania get is, why can't you just stop pulling? Why can't you just lower your hand? I get it. So I compare resisting the urge to pull, feeling like resisting the urge to scratch the itchiest mosquito bite of your entire life. It can feel like all you could think about until you finally give in to that urge. Now, I'd always chosen to not talk about this, and I did everything I could to make sure that nobody knew this about me. I wouldn't even leave my bedroom until I put on thick eyebrow makeup and eyeliner to cover up any of these gaps. And wearing this makeup worked. Only about 10 people in the world closest to me actually knew that I was dealing with this. But finals week, right before graduation of my senior year of college, this was all about to change. And I was about to receive my first power for my biggest secret, inspiration. Now you might be wondering how a person who's so stressed out studying in the library, literally pulling out her own hair, desperate to get good grades on her exams, is about to become inspired. Well, here's how desperation led to inspiration. I typically rely on a close friend or family member to sit next to me, and they would make me aware when I would start to pull, and they would help me lower my hand. But on this day, I was alone. I was on my laptop, and I was stressed. It was the perfect storm for a pulling spree, and that's exactly what happened. Without realizing it, my hand had been lifting up to pull out my eyebrows and eyelashes to the point where most of them ended up on my laptop keyboard. So I went to the bathroom mirror in the library. I looked at these brand new bald spots, and I spiraled. Here I am. I'm about to graduate college and join the workforce. But once I get a job, I'm going to need my laptop even more than I am now. And this is where I pull the most, and I don't even realize it. I looked at myself and thought, is this ever gonna get better? I felt absolutely helpless. It created a heavy pit in my stomach that felt like it weighed 1,000 pounds. So I went home and I began confiding in a person close to me about what happened. I just wished so badly that they had been there to have been like, hey, you're pulling, try lowering your hands like they normally did. Boom, that was the moment. That was when inspiration struck. I thought, wait a minute, okay, if I pull the most when I'm working on my laptop, what if somehow I could use the laptop webcam and AI to detect when I go to pull, interrupt me, and give my hands something else to do? I knew the potential that this had for me, and I loved this idea. But in order to know if other people would find this idea as helpful as I did, it meant talking about it. But this meant talking about trichotillomania, and this meant sharing my biggest secret. But in sharing my biggest secret, I was about to get my next power, self-acceptance. I was super nervous, and so I took this in baby steps. And the first thing I did was look for online communities where I could share this idea. To my surprise, some of these groups had anywhere from 20,000 to 40,000 members. I could feel a little 8-year-old inside of me shocked. I was just starting to realize that maybe I hadn't been alone in this all these years. I did some more digging, and I learned that it's actually estimated that 1 in 50 people deal with trichotillomania. That means there's millions of people around the world, just like me, keeping the same secret. But the world doesn't know about this condition because we're all so good at covering up our bald spots. And we're all so good at coming up with believable reasons why they're there if anybody notices. This is why spell check, to this day, still tells me trichotillomania is not a word. So I drafted up a post explaining my idea. And right before I clicked share, I could feel my heart beating out of my chest. All these years I'd chosen to suffer in silence because I was already calling myself crazy enough for doing this hair-pulling behavior. I didn't think I'd be able to deal with it if anybody else called me crazy. So it was then I got some amazing advice that can be applied to anyone who's about to share a vulnerable part of themselves. The only way someone can hurt your feelings is if on some level you are already judging yourself for what they can negatively say or think about you. So I had to move into a place of unconditional self-acceptance of not only this condition, but also myself. This did not mean I went running over to the mirror and go, I love these bald spots. What it meant was I went running over to my mirror and I said, this is all happening for a reason. This is my body's current way of processing intense emotions. I'm actively working towards a healthier solution, but I respect that this behavior is just trying to calm me down and protect me. This fear of judgment was also just trying to protect me. But the compassion and the love and the acceptance that came with this, it gave me the courage to click post. And what happened next was amazing. Nobody called me crazy. The post became flooded with messages of love and support. I became inspired to start an Instagram page. I began posting about trichotillomania and my idea. My reels, they would get around 1,000 views, and I was pumped for those 1,000 views. Each one felt like a person out there who could relate somehow to the experiences that I was talking about. One day, however, I woke up, and my reel from the night before hit 24,000 views. I sat there in shock, and I'm trying to picture what a football stadium of 24,000 people would even look like. But before I could even picture this, the views kept growing to 500,000, to 1 million, to 2 million, to, oh my gosh, 3.5 million views. And the wild part was it didn't even end there. I kept posting. These got millions of views too. To date, I've received over 12 million views across Instagram and Facebook. My following took off, going from 100 people to 1,000 people practically overnight. My website, that was only viewed by my friends and family, was starting to be viewed by people in 68 countries. Mexico, Japan, Madagascar, the United Kingdom. By the time my online presence took off, I was able to launch that idea I had into work in technology. And when this happened, I got my third power from my biggest secret, change. Now, in dealing with this secret for 15 years, I knew what the heaviness felt like to wonder if this would ever go away. And I knew what it looked like to plead with myself in the mirror and go, I would do anything to make this better. But it was that heaviness and all those days of pleading that led to the determination that once I got the idea of how I could make change for this, I was committed to it. And change happened. I got my eyebrows and eyelashes back. I documented my entire regrowth journey from the days that I had my bald spots to today where I have full, healthy hair back. And I did this for 2 reasons. The first one was I wanted to become a voice that would help destigmatize this condition. I wanted to put myself out there as an example of what a person with trichotillomania looks like, their thoughts, their feelings, their experiences, and provide strategies and tools that can help. And secondly, I wanted to show that if change was possible for me, I hope it could inspire someone else out there that it could be possible for them too. So my biggest secret gave me the powers of inspiration, self-acceptance, and change. So right now, I want you to think about something that you might be dealing with in secret. It can be what you whisper close about to a friend or something that you never tell anybody about. If thinking about this gives you your own pit in your stomach that feels like it weighs 1,000 pounds, I want you to try and make it lighter by asking yourself 2 questions. What would have to change to have the hope that this could get better? And how can you make those changes happen? Because while motivational speaker Jim Rohn once spoke to the idea that change only happens in moments of inspiration or desperation, I want to add to this just a little bit. Sometimes, desperation can lead to inspiration. So lastly, what I want to tell 8-year-old me is don't worry, you get your eyebrows and eyelashes back. But what I want to leave you and her with today is so much bigger than that. Your biggest secret may actually be your key to making meaningful change happen for yourself and potentially for people around the world. Thank you.
Thank you, Marie Elena, for showing us that authenticity can be a source of strength, not weakness. Our growth is shaped by our mindset and intentionality with our thoughts, words, and actions. And our next speaker understands this well. As an entrepreneur, Babson alum, and founder of a fast-growing edtech venture that is helping thousands of students find their best fit college, his journey has been one of resilience, transformation, and purpose.
Beyond all the titles and accomplishments, this moment is deeply personal for me because Laksh isn't just a passionate leader, he's also my little brother. I've seen firsthand how he has turned challenges into growth, fear into confidence, and setbacks into stepping stones. Today, he's here to share with you how shifting your mindset can help you unlock your full potential. Please put your hands together for the founder and CEO of True League, Laksh Daga.
Thank you. Nine years ago, I was driving fast on a dark and rainy night in India. My fingers gripped tight to the steering wheel. As my anxiety built up and hands started shivering, I started feeling like I was losing control. There was a sharp turn ahead, and I went in and hit an island. Boom! Well, I'm grateful to be here. That night I realized it wasn't just the car that I was losing control of. I was losing control of my life. During that time, in my early 20s, I felt lost and disconnected, internally and with others. although I was ambitious and had goals, I wasn't really able to live up to it because my own mind was working against me. Overthinking, fear, self-doubt, and negative thought patterns drain my energy. This happens to many of us. According to the National Science Foundation, we have up to 60,000 thoughts per day, and 80% of them tend to be negative. Even more interesting, 95% of those thoughts are repetitive, meaning most of what we think today, we thought yesterday, and we're very likely to think tomorrow. Feels like there is no way to escape this negative loop. There is. The after effects of my accident made me realize that we can reprogram our very powerful subconscious mind to move from scarcity to abundance, from fear to confidence, from doubt to self-belief. One of my biggest realizations was to be conscious and intentional about directing my energy to learn, grow, and build versus worry, complain, and criticize. Over the years, I transformed the poison of suffering into the medicine of happiness and purpose. I'm Laksh Daga, founder and CEO of True League, Babson College MBA alum, and a national-level golfer. I'm going to talk to you about training your mind to be in a positive state, to believe in yourself, achieve your goals, build strong relationships, and live your best life. There is a lot of information out there about positive thinking. We're going to dive into 3 actionable ways to do this cognitive reframing that have worked for me and many others that you can practice anytime, anywhere. To do this, we need to understand the principle of vibrations. Everything in the universe vibrates at a specific frequency, including thoughts, emotions, and objects. So everything vibrates, nothing rests. Thoughts and feelings such as gratitude, compassion, and hope are at a higher frequency than anger, fear, and hatred. So when we're in a negative or low vibrational frequency, what we attract to ourselves are negative experiences. When we're at a higher frequency, we attract positive experiences. So the goal is to uplift our frequency. Let's talk about 3 simple ways to do that and unlock a better version of ourselves. Affirmations, visualization, and gratitude. Affirmations are positive statements that create new neural pathways in our brains. We can let go of what's holding us back by reinforcing positive statements over and over again, such as I'm strong, I'm worthy, I'm fearless, I'm awesome. Our brains treat I am statements as commands. Affirmations trick our brains into acting as if the situation is already true. That's why we say and write these in the present tense. Research from the Personality Bulletin found that daily affirmations increased self-esteem by 20% within a month. Muhammad Ali, the boxer, would constantly tell himself, I'm the greatest, and he became exactly that. You tell yourself you can close that deal or ace that interview, you're far more likely to do it than a person who believes they can't. So some easy ways to practice affirmations every day. There are tons of I am affirmation podcasts out there. I love to listen to them while cooking and running. Music has a very high vibrational frequency. There's also a song that my mom and I call the affirmation song, Unstoppable by Sia. The words are magnetic. I'm unstoppable. I'm a Porsche with no brakes. I'm invincible. I win every single game. I'm so powerful. I don't need batteries to play. I'm so confident. I'm unstoppable today. Thank you. Do you want to be unstoppable? Then write your affirmations down. When you put it on paper, you start to think, feel, and truly believe it. And that's the key, believing. I place sticky notes with inspiring statements where I can see them every day, on my work desk, refrigerator, even my mirror. Repetition of that same thought is crucial to get back on that frequency. Repetition. Would you like to see the home screen on my phone? It's a powerful affirmation. All of life comes to me with ease, joy, and glory. Visualization. Our subconscious mind, this is key. Our subconscious mind does not know the difference between reality and imagination. Many very successful people, such as Steve Jobs, Lady Gaga, Cristiano Ronaldo, have used the power of mental imagery to supercharge their lives. A study by Psychology Today found that those who visualize their goals are 40% more likely to achieve them. So, you're only limited by weakness of attention and poverty of imagination. What is it that you really desire? Let's do a simple exercise together. I invite you to close your eyes for a few seconds. Hold a firm picture in your mind of one thing that you really desire, and now start to see yourself already in possession of it. Please feel free to open your eyes. Thank you. Practice this a few times every day to be in absolute harmony with the frequency you just experienced. I often visualize a deep, loving, and supportive relationship with my family and friends. I picture the laughter, the inside jokes, the vacations together, great ones where nobody's using their cell phones. An easy way to practice is the vision board, also used by Oprah Winfrey. A vision board is a collection of images resembling your dream life. Place it somewhere visible so it's a constant reminder. My vision board from last year had me giving a TED Talk. What your mind can conceive and believe it can achieve, said Napoleon Hill, the author of Think and Grow Rich. The more often you see it and the longer it stays in your view, the stronger the force as you perform those exact same or similar tasks in the real world. Gratitude. The whole process of mental adjustment and atonement can be summed up in one word: gratitude. Dr. Daisaku Ikeda, my mentor and one of the greatest peacemakers to have ever lived, shared, "Thank you is a miraculous expression. It encourages us when we hear it and energizes us when we say it to others." I consciously try to say thank you many, many times each day to my family, friends, my team, even my home for shelter and my car for mobility. Practicing gratitude is said to increase happiness. Why? Because gratitude and negativity cannot coexist in the same moment. It's the opposite of arrogance and resentment. Think about the little things that you are grateful for: the crunch of an apple, your morning coffee, the parking space that opened up, or the amazing conversation you had with a stranger. An easy way to practice gratitude: I keep a notebook by my bedside and list just 5 things that I appreciate each day. And try to remain in that state of feeling thankful for a few minutes in the morning when the mind is most receptive to suggestions. Thoughts are the language of the mind, and feelings are the language of the body. We become what we think about and say to ourselves. It creates and shapes our reality. As you vibrate at a higher frequency, you attract positive people, mentors, opportunities to create immense value. Being in a state of abundance is a conscious choice we can make. Your strong relationship with yourself is the launchpad and foundation for meaningful relationships with others. That's what makes life really beautiful. My road led me to find my purpose. I founded a company dedicated to helping millions of prospective higher education students around the world make confident decisions about their education and future. I encourage you to try one affirmation, visualize one goal, write one statement of what you're grateful for. We are creators. You are the protagonist of your life. Raise your vibrational frequency and create your dream life. Thank you.
Wow, thank you, Laksha. Your story is a powerful reminder that shifting our mindset can transform lives. And today also feels especially meaningful for me because my own family, my parents and siblings, were able to fly out to be here for me in person today. Family, support, and belief in one another shape so much of who we become. But what if the odds are stacked against you from the very beginning? What if the world tells you that you aren't capable? What do you do then?
Our next speaker is a college president, an educator, and an advocate for unlocking human potential, no matter where you come from. She believes that leaders aren't just born, they are built through community, resilience, and willingness to challenge expectations.
Please welcome Dr. Eve Salomon Fernandez.
My most gratifying moment working with first-generation students and leaders is when I can see in their eyes as they start to believe in themselves. That ember of newfound confidence is magic. It is also a ripple set into motion by the slightest kernel of an idea. It is unstoppable. And when I think of ripples, I think of the ocean. I was born in the Caribbean. I know the beauty, calm, and tempests that oceans are capable of. The ocean feels limitless, like human potential. For our human potential to be realized, we need to make waves, build community, and help each other forward. In my work as a college president, I seek to make waves and ripples that will help others see the power they hold. I want my students and colleagues to be who they are, to find their voices, to discover their agency, and to use their power to create ripples in their lives that will help others. Today, I will share with you the story of consequential episodes in my early adulthood and illustrate the power of community. I came to this country when I was 12. I was raised in an immigrant family, and I left my parents' house as a teenager for a relationship that nearly ended my life. At home with my parents, my life was exceedingly difficult. Now, I'm the oldest of 7 children and a girl, which meant that the lion's share of caring for the family while my parents worked multiple jobs fell on me. I didn't mind caring from the family from age 14. In fact, I learned my earliest leadership lessons then. I had a routine. I woke up every morning at 3 a.m., I did my Latin homework, I cooked breakfast, and I prepped for dinner. After school, I picked up my baby sister from childcare, I cooked, I cleaned, I made sure my brothers did their homework, I kept them out of trouble. And on the weekends, my oldest brother and I went to the laundromat to do the family's laundry. We didn't have a washer and dryer at home. At school, I got very good grades, but not the A+ across the board that my parents wanted. I went to a very rigorous school, an exam school. In fact, the first public school in America. School was hard. My parents had very high expectations for me, but the standard of perfection across the board was suffocating me. My grades were never good enough. The house was never clean enough. I was never good enough, no matter how hard I tried. I was told that I was a failure, a disappointment. I became depressed. I had no self-confidence, no self-esteem. I even attempted suicide. But then I met this guy, right? He was smart and interested in political science. We went to lectures, we had debates, intellectual conversations. He exposed me to a whole new world, new music, new books, movies, new cuisines, a world so much wider than what I knew. He was charming, older, and charismatic, and with a vast of experiences far wider than what I knew. I felt loved, and I fell in love. So I left my parents' house and I moved in with him. And in no time, he started to physically abuse me. The love of my life beat me regularly. I was a student by day and an abused, battered 17-year-old by night. I felt betrayed. And despite his violent ways, and to appease my family, I married him at 18. The beatings continued, and I stayed. I graduated from high school, and just as I started college, a former teacher, a woman 20 years older than me, saw me drowning and hauled me into a life raft when she took me in for half a year. My teacher saw potential in me that I could not see in myself. She shared with me a community of adults who knew the world more widely than I did. I found community in a diversity of people so different from my family of origin. And this new community saw my potential to grow into an adult of wide-ranging interests, pursuits, and skills. I became interested in the natural and physical worlds, the humanities, art, and so much more. At my teacher's house, I began to recover from fear, depression, and this deeply divided self. I knew that I could become something, even though I could still hear the voices saying that I was a failure. With my support network, I thrived in college. I completed my bachelor's degree. I moved to England to pursue my master's, and eventually earned my doctorate degree. My community helped me develop my confidence. They taught me how to network. They taught me how to advocate for myself and for others. They helped me navigate and thrive in the workplace. They created the environment where I could succeed and learn from my failures. They helped me see my own potential and turn that potential into reality. Now this is the power of community. Eventually, even my parents realized that I was not a failure. What was possible for me, especially as a girl, was so much more than what they could have imagined. And as a parent myself, I have to say that their parenting got better with my siblings. So today, my career is about unlocking potential in others, just as potential was unlocked in me. As a college president, I help to make a college degree possible for mostly first-generation learners, for students for whom college has not been a legacy, for students from urban, suburban, and rural areas who have historically not been well served by our colleges and universities. But beyond making a degree possible for them, I help to put them on a path to fulfill their full potential, have meaningful careers, and lead in their communities and chosen professions. But a college degree isn't just for getting a job or for building intergenerational wealth. Its purpose is also to help us become better people, more engaged citizens, better stewards of our natural, human, and other resources. Its purpose is to help us see each other's humanity and to work together to create a more just and equitable world. And more than making a college degree possible is seeing students' potential and letting them know that they have it. Because for most first-generation students and learners, we often cannot see our potential. We can't imagine the waves and ripples that we can set into motion. We can't imagine what is possible. The unlocking of human potential shatters some powerful chains that hold us back. Today, so many people live under the shadows of violence, past or recent, global or personal, violence within and outside of their homes. So as you consider your life's mission, your purpose, imagine the power of seeing and validating someone else's potential. Imagine the world that we could create if we were each able to fulfill, to achieve our own potential. It would be like the sun rising over an open, limitless ocean every day. Thank you, Michelle, Tony, Bill.
Thank you, Eve. Your words were truly inspiring and powerful reminder of resilience and community can shape the leaders of tomorrow.
At this point in the event, we want to take a moment to recognize and appreciate all of the incredible speakers we've had so far. Each of them has challenged us to think differently, to push boundaries, and to reflect on the world around us in new ways. We'd also like to take this opportunity to once again thank our sponsors, Needham Bank, the Student Government Association, the F.W. Olin Graduate School of Business at Babson, the Arthur Blank Center for Entrepreneurship,
Sheraton Needham Hotel, Marriott Hotel, Dumpling Daughters, and Pepsi for their generous support in making this event possible. Now we'll take a break for 30 minutes, giving us all a chance to step out, grab some refreshments, and reflect on incredible ideas we've heard so far.
During this intermission, we're excited to have live music from our talented pianist, Kate Salick, setting the perfect ambiance as you enjoy refreshments catered by Dumpling Daughter.
And be sure to make your way back to your seats in time for a special performance by the Rocket Bitches, Babson's a cappella group who will bring us back in the second half of our event.
Enjoy the break, and we'll see you back here soon.
There was a time I used to look into my father's eyes. In a happy home, he died golden throne. Those days are gone, now I am your own side. I hear the songs from the places where I was born. My father said, don't you worry, child. Heaven's got a plan for you. Don't you worry, child. Yeah. We're far from home, it's for the better. What we dream, it's all that matters. We're on our way, we made it. So turn the crowd up now, we'll never back down. Shoot down the skyline, watch it in prime time. Turn up the love now, heat is enough now. Turn up the love. Who's gonna save the world tonight? Who's gonna bring you back to life? We're gonna make it. We're gonna make it. We're gonna make it. We're gonna save the world tonight. Don't you worry, child. Heaven's got a plan for you. Don't you worry, child. Who's gonna save? Don't you worry, child. Heaven's got a plan for you. Don't you worry, child. Don't you worry, child. Heaven's got a plan for you. Don't you worry, child. Yeah. Oh, 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 oh,
Hi everyone, my name is Tim. These are the Rocket Pitches. I'm the co-music director at the Rocket Pitches. That was Just Save the World. The next song we're going to sing is a Centuries Immortal mashup by Magic Dragons.
Some legends are told, some turn to dust or to gold, but you will remember me for centuries in just one mistake. His
Wasn't that amazing? Welcome back, everyone. What a treat that was to have an a cappella performance for the first time at our event. And thank you so much, Kate, for your beautiful piano playing. I hope you all had a great break and are ready for the program to continue.
Yeah, we hope you had a chance to recharge, grab some refreshments, and maybe even begin reflecting on some of the powerful ideas that we've heard today so far. But now it's time to jump back in, and we're starting again strong.
Our next speaker's story is a testament on how a single decision can alter the course of a life, and how the action of one person can create a ripple of change for generations to come.
From growing up without a home, in a home without electricity or running water, to breaking barriers in my home of Silicon Valley, she has carried the values of hope, help, hustle, and heart with her at every step.
Through the support of mentors, personal resilience, and unwavering belief in what's possible, she defied the odds to become a successful technology executive, breaking barriers along the way and turning challenges into opportunities.
Please welcome Martha Nino as she reminds us that where you start doesn't define where you'll go.
Hello, everybody. Hello. Yeah, I'm Martha Nino. I'm a Silicon Valley senior leader of over a quarter century. I'm also part of the only 2% of Latinas in tech. I'm a speaker. Thank you. I'm a speaker. I'm an author. And I'm also a CEO of a nonprofit that gives back books to Students for Hope. Yeah. Now, up until about a few years ago, I had only done one of those things. To be honest, all of it makes me a little bit uncomfortable because some of us have been taught to lay low and be quiet about what we do and who we are. You see, I was once undocumented, so this speaking thing is complicated. Then a couple things happened back to back that tested my quiet. Now, I work at a top tech company, and in my spare time, I give tours to students in hopes to inspire them towards a career in tech. And on one of these tours, a Latino high school student with tears in his eyes looks at me and says, "I don't think I can ever be here." In that moment, I broke my quiet, and I said, "Yes, you can. Yo soy tú. I am you." And a couple months passed, and that company was looking for live stories for a chance to be on a stage. And I've dreamt of being on a stage, but not with my life story. So nervously, I hit yes to my submission, which I actually like to call my admission. And I did end up on stage in the brightest pink blouse possible. This was the opposite of laying low and being quiet. Now, I started noticing ripples that day. Ripples were like the butterfly effect. Requests for talks and podcasts. And on one of those podcasts, I was asked, how is it that somebody with so many obstacles ends up okay? Legit question. I unpacked that, and I came up with 4 words that start with the letter H. Hope, help, hustle, and heart. Hope, help, hustle, heart. Now, hope, my story. I was born in Mexico in a shack with no running water and no electricity. My crib, a dresser drawer box. This is my grandma's house, by the way. My parents picked cotton for a living, educated to 2nd and 6th grade only. Was this going to be their life? Was it going to be mine? So they decided they were going to take a risk. They were going to cross to el norte, the other side, el otro lado. So with a bag of belongings in one hand and me in the other, they said bye to their loved ones, not knowing when or if they'd see them again. The journey to the border began. Now, at the border, the tour guide's rules were very, very clear. Adults would travel in the dark. Lay low. Be quiet. No niños. What? No niños? No kids? In that moment, my mother was given 2 options. Either she goes back to picking cotton, or she hands me to a stranger to pass in a car and hope that we'd reunite. Imagine giving your child to a stranger and hoping. Look at my mother's hands. We did make it to the other side. We ended up in Northern California, and it wasn't the tech valley you know of today. There was factories and fields. And our $60 a month, 1-bedroom duplex home with spray paint and graffiti was our home. My parents painted right over that. And before long, there were so many people living in our house. As a matter of fact, my 2 brothers were born, and my parents opened the door to anybody that needed help. There was people in the living room. There was people in the kitchen. There was people in the hallway. Nobody knew because we lay low and we were quiet. Now, the only speaking that was going on was me translating everything from conversations to documents. I was the chief translating officer. So it wasn't too bad. We had running water, we had electricity, we had work. And my parents worked, and they took any job that they could. And by the time I was 14 years old, I worked in a cold warehouse with my mother. And I was horrible at it. I needed help. Help is my second H. So this brings me to Beth. Beth was the owner of that cold warehouse where we manufactured ceramic lamps and vases, and she had blonde hair and blue eyes and pearls. And she calls me into the office. I thought I was fired. And she says, "Can you answer phones?" "Oh, yeah, I could do that." "Can you file?" "No, but can you teach me?" "Mm-hmm." "Can you take a typing class?" "Okay." All right. Beth opened the door to a completely different world. She opened the door to an office that I didn't have to clean. I liked it. It was warm, and there was donuts. My second helper, my believer, my high school counselor. I was kicked out of school. I ended up at a continuation school. Supposedly, I was a bad influence. But the kids here were not bad. We were just going through heavy stuff. Heavy stuff. And the counselor asked me what I was going through. And I was quiet. And finally, I said, "Look, I have to work. My father's dying of cancer, and I have to help pay the bills." And he said, "Okay." He wrote me a list. And he says, "If you do all of that, you can graduate." And I hustled, checking this and that off. And I did graduate. Thank you. Thank you. That felt good. All right, my third, Ken. I needed a job, $15 an hour. I call a job agency, because there was no LinkedIn back then. And I said, just get me a job that pays me $15 an hour. They say, show up on Monday. You're going to be working at a sand company. Sand? Okay. I end up arriving on Monday, and there was no sand anywhere. As a matter of fact, it turned out to be a sound company. Do I run? I needed $15 an hour. I didn't run. I liked it there. The people were cool, smart. There was donuts. Ken calls me into the office because he saw me hustle. And he says, where do you see yourself in the future? Future? He caught on. He drew 2 lines on the board representing professional pathways. The short one, the one I was on, I could have stayed there. It was fine. And a really long one. I've been on that long one for over 25 years. All of these people helped somebody who needed support, words. It wasn't complicated. An open door, a list, a line. Let's not overcomplicate help. Right? And all of these people, they saw me hustle. And I didn't even talk about Jason, who helped me with my voice. For all these kinds of people, you can't help but hustle. Which brings me to my third H, and you probably have heard me say hustle a few times by now. All the believers in the world, all the helpers in the world are nothing if you don't hustle. I'll say that again. All the believers, all the help in the world are nothing if you don't hustle. And nothing will happen on the couch. This part is all you. All of those people saw me hustle. Beth, I was filing away. Typing, 1987, by the way. That high school counselor dangled that diploma in front of me. I became an overnight scholar. And Ken, computers, donuts. It was awesome. And all of those people felt heart from me. Hustle must be seen, hustle must be felt. Heart, the last H. Seems like the easiest, right? Just be you. Just be you. If you're quiet, be quiet. If you're loud, be loud. If you're silly, be silly. And if you're broken, don't hide it. There's a Japanese tradition called kintsugi that when a ceramic vase breaks, they don't throw it away. They mend it with glue. It's cracks, proof that it's been through things. I like to think of us humans that way. Imagine if we didn't hide our broken, maybe other people would realize that their breaks are just proof of overcoming. So heart, just be you. What a journey, huh? What a journey. All of it interconnected, the good and the bad, all of it rippling me to this stage right here, and I've learned a lot. Our stories, when we own our stories, we can help heal us. But when we release them, we can help heal others. And this is about others. And you, as you are, can help. There are millions of people, millions, who are ashamed, who are scared, who are laying low, who are being quiet today. Maybe they have no voice. Maybe they have no choice. Your from the heart story can be that kintsugi that somebody needs to feel better. And that feeling, that's healing. Ripple that everywhere. Now me, like many, come from somewhere else. Me from Mexico, a grass shack with no running water, no electricity. My parents wanted a better life for me. Mama,
Papa, esto es mejor. Mom and Dad, this is better. Now, I was told at the border that I made too much noise. They were right. Make noise with me. H is hope, help, hustle, heart, heart. This little girl was so lost. Many helped her. This little girl, she needed a job. She got a career. This little girl was told she was a bad influence. She gives books of hope to students. This little girl was scared to speak. She's still scared to speak. But if you're seeing this, do not lay low. You must speak. Your story is not for you. It's for everyone else. Gracias.
Thank you, Martha. Your story is proof that resilience and opportunity can create waves of change, not just in our own lives, but for so many others.
And speaking of change, one of the biggest challenges facing us today is how we shape a more sustainable world for the future generations. Our next speaker has dedicated his work to bridging sustainability, technology, and business, empowering people to create a lasting environment and social impact.
A former professional soccer player turned sustainability advocate, he's using his Babson MBA to transform the way we think about green skills and innovation.
Please welcome Victor Ungari.
I don't have the... What if I told you that the future of work, or even the world's future, depends on green skills? What's your first reaction on that? Maybe check your resume, panic, greenwash your professional bio, and hope for the best? Don't worry, I got you today. I built sustainability programs from scratch in Brazil. I've led social impact initiatives. And I've joined different networks tackling today's greatest challenges. Along the way, I learned something essential. Learning green skills isn't just important, it's a superpower for the future. Okay, but what the heck are green skills? Think about green skills as a set of abilities, knowledge, attitudes, and values that will help us to go from where we are now to a more desirable and sustainable future. Not only to get there, but actually to support and maintain this future. And these skills are not just for scientists or engineers, they are for everyone. And they will define the careers of tomorrow. That's what I'm here to talk about. Your careers, your futures, and the skills that we need. Not just to survive, but to thrive. When I started my career, I didn't plan to become a sustainability enthusiast, or depending on who you ask, Captain Planet. Actually, I wanted to be a soccer player, a football player, but here it's soccer. But reality, or my very average soccer skills, had other plans for my journey. So I moved on. I studied engineering, explored entrepreneurship. Eventually, I found myself deep into social impact projects. More specifically, social entrepreneurship, which flipped and expanded my vision on the world. Let's pause for a sec. What a mess, right? But that's more common than we may expect. Many careers like mine, they are not linear. They zigzag, they evolve, they surprise you. But luckily for me, early on in my career, I learned that true impact isn't just a buzzword. True impact is about constantly challenging the status quo, breaking down a lot of barriers, and building bridges to something better. For me, this journey isn't about just finding a career. It's about becoming a better person while making a difference along the way. And our journeys, look around. Our journeys, they do not happen in isolation. They quickly unfold in an interrelated, fast-changing world where sustainability is no longer optional. Millions of jobs are being created because of the green economy. Think about this logic. We have new industries being created. Because of that, we need jobs for these industries to exist and to thrive. We need talents for the jobs to be built. And we need a set of skills for these talents to exist. But we have a big problem in this logic. Unfortunately, we don't have enough skilled people to fill these jobs. That's what we call the green talent gap. Okay, green talent. There's a lot of green in this presentation. What is a green talent? I just mentioned about the green skills. Now you imagine one person here with this set of skills. Now you have a green talent. But the problem is that we don't have enough of them. And the demand for green talent is growing 2 times faster than the supply. We're just not keeping up. If we continue in this path and we don't close this gap, by 2050, entire industries will stagnate. Okay, but that's not just good. If we close this gap, it's not just good for the planet. It's also good for your career. Because job seekers with green skills or green titles are getting hired faster than the overall workforce. On average, 55% faster. That's a global number. If you look only in the US, this number jumps to 80%. When we talk about green talents or green skills, probably many people who are watching, they think about somebody installing a solar panel, somebody working with green energy, planting trees, or even hugging the trees. I mean, that's cute, but it's only a tiny fraction of the overall picture. Green skills are not just for this type of roles. Of course, if you want to work with that, I wish you a lot of success. But let's imagine we could have a scale that would measure the greenness of a job, from no green to all on green. On one hand, we have traditional jobs that have been enhanced by this new green economy, the sustainability wave. For example, accountants now report on environmental, social, and governance factors. Electricians can now create and maintain solar energy systems. And mechanics, they can now repair electric and hybrid cars. But that's only one part of the story. On the other hand, we have brand new roles that were created just because of the new green industries that have been emerged. We have circular economy designers. We have battery recycling researchers, even renewable energy technicians. Who would imagine that those roles would exist? Some of them did not even exist a few years ago. But this talk here isn't about to make all of you to become sustainability managers or environmentalists. Again, if you want to go for it, I wish you the best, a lot of success in this journey. This talk is about rethinking our journeys. It's about upskilling, adapting, making a difference no matter which field you're in. To be able to do that, we need green skills. Welcome to the green talent journey. Whether either you realize it or not, you're already in. We can only go through this journey together. That's not a one-hero journey. As society, we need look around how many potential green talents we have here. But I want to share a secret about this journey. It does not stop. Sometimes I stress out about that quite often, to be honest. But as society, we keep evolving. We increase our collective intelligence over time. Once we know better, we do better. I see some pessimistic expressions here about that, but let's remember about some stuff together. Smoking on airplanes or restaurants was perfectly fine. Factory explosions or accidents is just a routine, part of doing business. Dumping waste into rivers, well, just a normal Tuesday. Today, these things seem absurd because, as I said, as society, we are evolving. But sometimes progress feels like running a race. When you're getting so close to the finish line, it goes further. Yeah, I get it. Sometimes that's frustrating. It brings the feeling that we are never going to catch up. But there's one thing most people miss about this race. In this race, we are not just spectators. We are runners, shapers, builders. We are the ones also helping to move progress forward. And for that, we need to develop green skills. Again, it's not a story of one hero. There are so many potential green talents here to develop their own set of green skills. As society, we need to walk this path together. Some skills, they will take many years to develop. For example, rethinking about some renewable energy systems in a city, or thinking and planning a whole supply chain to be more sustainable. Other skills, they can be applied almost instantly, like learning about composting, recycling, home energy efficiency techniques, or even fixing an electric bike. Other skills, what we can call transformative skills, they may take your whole life. The ability to see patterns, or imagine yourself leading a systemic change. In the end of the day, those skills, they are like a building block. They go layer by layer, moment by moment. And you don't need to know everything. You don't even need to know all the technical knowledge, because this is not only about that. Of course, the more skills you have, that's probably going to be pretty good for you. But this talk is not about that. Because every time you have a new skill, you're going to add to your own journey. Okay, let's say you're convinced. You're in, you're ready. How do you actually start? Think about your own journey. No matter where you came from, no matter what you did, you have some skills, you have some connections, whatever you bring to the table today. And most of the times I would say that we don't really know the next steps. I'm going to use myself as an example. My first social entrepreneur project was a vegetable garden. It had a pretty noble mission, at least in my opinion, to teach kids about the environment, to improve their nutrition, and to create some civic engagement. I had no idea if it was going to work or not. To be honest, I could not even see the long-term impact of this project back then, not even on myself. But there's a funny part in that story. My mom actually saw it. She was the one who kept reminding me that, son, if it were not for those vegetable gardens, so many things wouldn't have happened in your journey. And now here I am at TEDxBabson. Thanks, Mom. I don't know where my story goes from here. I don't know where your story goes from here as well. But what I know is that we need different tools, different toolbox. And every time you learn a new tool, you go through an experience, you get more connections, you add one tool to your own toolbox. If all you have is a hammer, in a world that changes so fast, everything in front of you is going to look like a nail. And as the world becomes more complex, you better have more than one hammer. at least know some people who have their own toolbox full of tools. That helps as well. Because when we bring together different tools in our own toolbox, sometimes that can create a very powerful and unimaginable combinations. And maybe that's your secret sauce. Because in the end, this is about how we grow, how we build, and how we serve. Getting as close as possible to be the person we want to become, to close this gap. If I could give you a formula today for like, okay, what's a green talent? How can I be a green talent? On one end, we have the green skills, all the set of skills that I mentioned, values, principles, attitudes, knowledge. Then we have a value system to guide you through your decisions with a refined perspective that is gonna help you in a world that is so noisy to have a clear vision and to be relevant in people's life. That's a real green talent making a change and creating a positive impact. Of course, don't forget to add the flavor of interrelation and action. Because green skills are the difference between where we are and where we need to be. Green talent isn't just a job title. It's a way of thinking, problem solving, and acting. So the last question to be asked today from me is, will you be a green talent? Thank you.
Thank you, Vitor. Your work reminds us that sustainability is more about just the environment. It's about designing a future where businesses, communities, and individuals can thrive together.
Exactly. The choices we make today, like what we build, how we innovate, and who we empower, set the foundation for generations that come after us. Our next speaker explores how perspective shifts over time, shaping both our personal lives and history itself.
And this is an introduction I'm especially excited about. Last year, Nick was part of our TEDx team, and we worked closely together on the speaker management team. Seeing him now, not as a team member, but as a speaker on this stage is an incredible full circle moment.
With his experience in leadership and organizational change, he's here with a fresh perspective to challenge how we think about decisions and their lasting impact.
Please welcome Nicholas Wood.
Thank you for the kind words. Growing up, Sunday, mid-morning, late morning was really the quietest time in our house. There were no sports, there was no music classes, we hadn't remembered to do our homework yet, and it was a time my family would congregate in the kitchen. My dad would be making us lunches, my mom would be reading the boring adult parts of the paper, and my brother and I would sit in the breakfast nook, splitting the comic section. And after not understanding the Dilbert jokes and catching up on Calvin and Hobbes' activity for the week, I would flip to the back page. And below the famous birthdays and the word puzzles, and just to the left of the horoscopes, was the This Day in History section. Increasingly, those 5 dates captured my imagination far more than Garfield ever could. And it started this curiosity of what if, right? For instance, this morning, I was reading the boring adult parts of the paper, and out of habit, I checked the This Day in History section. And there were some good and some bad. For instance, in 1961, the 23rd Amendment was ratified, giving citizens of Washington, D.C. the right to vote in presidential elections. Good one. It's also a little unfortunate today because on this day in 1984, many Baltimoreans were waking up to discover that their beloved Colts had decamped in the middle of the night on Mayflower vans off to Indianapolis. As a Baltimore fan, I can't help but wonder how close were the Colts to staying, right? Although I love the Ravens now. And history is full of these moments, right? Take, for instance, in 1928, when a Scottish scientist by the name of Alexander Fleming walked into his lab to discover that his experiment had been ruined, right? Mold had appeared in the petri dish, either from a janitor leaving the window open or something from another laboratory across the hall. Rather than being upset or frustrated that his experiment had been ruined, he remained curious. He chose to look just a little bit closer, and what he would discover would change the course of medical history. Because what Fleming discovered was that the mold had prevented the bacteria from getting close to it. What we now know today is penicillin. Right? This would go on to be the first antibiotic. It would save hundreds of millions of lives and be an immeasurable benefit to humanity. All because he chose to remain curious. He chose to look just a little bit closer. He chose seeking information before judgment and dismissal. Let's take another modest but courageous example, this time in Montgomery, Alabama in December of 1955. Rosa Parks sits on the bus and is asked to give up her seat for a white passenger. And in a moment of courage and quiet defiance, she says, no. Her protest wasn't chaining herself to the bus seat. It wasn't standing up and yelling and making a loud declaration of it being unjust. It was quiet defiance as she sat holding her purse and her dignity. And that defiance would bring a spotlight to the Montgomery bus boycotts that would help topple segregation laws and lead to the civil rights movement. How about one more example, this time in 1987 in a London hospital. We are at the height of the fear around AIDS. Right? There is stigma and misinformation running rampant. And in a moment of empathy, Princess Diana goes into the hospital without gloves and shakes patients' hands and gives them a hug. She demonstrated in that photograph that it is compassion, not fear, that is a humane way forward when dealing with uncertainty and things that are scary. And I think in those moments that these people didn't fully realize the impact that their small actions would have on our world and our perspective. And I want you to remember today that you have that same ability. Sure, you might not discover the next antibiotic or start a national movement, but you have the power to choose kindness and empathy and courage. I'm going to give you an example from my own life. Just over 50 years ago, a man, we'll call him Dr. Bridges for anonymity's sake, made a call for help. Now, I keep his name anonymous because Dr. Bridges was an alcoholic. And that call for help, in his words, saved his life. Sometimes when I need a little perspective, I try and put myself in the room with him, that hotel room, alone, the fear, the guilt, the quiet desperation. And the contrasting hope. As that phone was ringing, that once a friend would pick up the phone on the other side and help, and that it would keep ringing so he didn't have to humble himself further by sharing his vulnerabilities. And I'm thankful he did pick up the phone. Even if I told you his name wouldn't mean a lot to the people sitting in this room today, but he was an incredible influence on my life over the next 50 years. He taught me that there are many ways to be a man. He taught me how not to take myself too seriously. He taught me that my words and my actions and my decisions are my choice, right? And that if I want to be the type of person that is kind, I just need to do small, kind actions. And if I want to be the type of person that is empathetic, I just need to do small, kind, empathetic actions. There were hundreds, perhaps thousands of people Dr. Bridges influenced. And they've gone on to be teachers and social workers and psychologists, jobs that require immense amount of personal giving. And they teach the next generation these lessons that he taught me, and I can't help but wonder where they would be if not for him. I can't help but wonder where I would be if not for him. Because for me, he always picked up the phone. When I needed a resource in living sober, he picked up the phone. When I needed a counselor, when my dad got sick, he picked up the phone. And he picked up the phone despite his own illness as a teacher on how to grieve and how to say goodbye. I think if history has taught us anything, it's not that monumental moments are the only thing that shape our world. It is ordinary people who are humble in their actions, who are generous in their spirit, and who are kind in their gestures. Because our words matter, right? Our actions matter. They carry weight. So as you leave here today, I ask that you think, what is the small, ordinary thing that I can do today? Perhaps my act of generosity is holding open the door for somebody on the way out. Perhaps my small act of kindness is reaching out to a friend or a family member who I haven't heard from in a long time. What is my small act of empathy or courage or compassion going to be? The famous American anthropologist, speaker, and author Margaret Mead has a very famous quote that says, "Never underestimate the power of a small, dedicated group of people to change the world. Indeed, it's the only thing that ever has." And I love that quote because I think it transcends time and place, but it's missing something. A small addendum that says, never underestimate an individual's simple decision that can create ripples that inspire change and inspire hope. Thank you.
Thank you, Nick, for the fascinating look at how the past, present, and future are all shaped by perspective.
And while, even with modern day technology, we can't always predict where life will take us, one thing is always certain: we need to be prepared.
Our next speaker is a leader in education and entrepreneurship. She's here to challenge us to rethink how we prepare students for a world that is constantly evolving.
She's a Babson faculty member and senior academic director at the Babson Youth Impact Lab, dedicated to shaping the next generation of entrepreneurs. Please welcome Beth Goldstein.
Good afternoon. Around the world, young people still sit in classrooms like this, designed for an industrial era when rote learning, memorization, finding that one fact was the path to success. But this type of classroom does not unlock the power that our youth have to be future entrepreneurial leaders. See, there's a crisis in the world of education with the trifecta of challenges impacting our youth's ability to be their best selves. If we look at education, global learning poverty is on the rise. That is the inability to understand a simple text. And in developing countries, that's at 70%. In addition, math and reading scores have been dropping and have not come back. And we're seeing an unequal access to real quality education. Combine that with the mental and emotional health challenges being faced by young people today. We know that self-esteem and resilience levels have dropped, while anxiety, stress, and depression are all on the rise. And this isn't only for young people. This is for the teachers, those who are there to inspire them. And finally, you've heard a lot about artificial intelligence today. It's a major disruptor, and it's very powerful, but it's changing the skills that we need to be sharing and educating our students with. And that classroom environment I showed you will not do the job. So what do we do? Oops. Yeah. How do we unlock the skills that young people need to navigate an uncertain future? Let's first look at what those skills are. The World Economic Forum did a significant amount of research asking employers, what are the skills? What do you need for future workers? And if you look at these skills, they're less technical, and they're much more about human development skills. They're about being agile. They're about being resilient, so when things don't go as planned, you can pick yourself up and figure out what to do next. It's about learning the pivot, as all Babson students know. It's about learning how to collaborate with other people and leading each other. Entrepreneurship education, I truly believe, is the route to unlocking youth's potential because it creates the ability to create, to be curious, to collaborate and work with each other. In my role at Babson, I have the opportunity to work with young people and educators around the world. Last year, I was brought to Chennai, India. I was invited to teach a one-day workshop on entrepreneurship at an orphanage. I walked into the orphanage, 40 teenagers sitting up straight like all of you here today. And a teacher said to me, good luck getting them to participate. I said, all right, it's a good challenge. I asked them, and I'm going to ask you the same question. How many of you believe you are an entrepreneur? Raise your hand. All right, that's good, encouraging. I'd say about 80, 90% of the room. That was not what happened when I was in India. Not a single student rose their hand. And I said, okay, this is a challenge for me. Let me ask all of you students, finish the following sentence. An entrepreneur is somebody who, and with that prompt, they got excited. They got engaged. They started talking. They stopped looking to me for the answer. And within themselves, they found what entrepreneurs are and who they believe they are. And the word change maker kept coming up. And I said, great, how many of you believe you're a change maker? Yeah, about half of the class raised their hand. I said, all right, as change makers, we're going to take on this challenge. You're going to identify problems right here in India that you want to address. And you are going to come up with solutions. And they spent the day ideating. And you can see this is a much more engaged classroom. And they came up with solutions for unemployment, for gender inequality, for poverty, things they were experiencing themselves. And by the end of the day, every student raised their hand when I asked, how many of you believe you're an entrepreneur? The convener of the program was amazed by the transformation because in one day, we unlocked their potential. We showed them who they could be. And this is so powerful because the type of classroom environment where you're all sitting and waiting for the teacher to give you the answers doesn't work. So I reflect back on my career at Babson. I've been here 11 years, and I have a deep business background. But when I came, I was originally hired to teach a course on creativity and idea generation. Super excited to be at Babson. They gave me the syllabus that they used to teach it in the past. And I'm reading through lots of amazing assignments except for one that puzzled me. Keep a reflection journal, and 20% of your grade is going to be the paper you write on reflection. And I thought to myself, what does reflection have to do with idea generation or creativity? And I almost eliminated it and thought, I'm new, it's probably not a good thing to do, and I kept it. And I'm really glad I kept it, because when I read their journals, their papers, I learned about their learning experience, the journey they took to get to where they are today. It was very powerful. I then went on to teach Foundations of Management and Entrepreneurship, FME. That is Babson's signature course every freshman takes. They come up with ideas, they work in teams, and they come up with a business that they run. It's an amazing course. I co-taught it for 7 years with a psychologist. And he taught teamwork, collaboration, how to work with other people. Well, I taught your more traditional business classes or topics: marketing plans, business, finance, operations. And we get to the end of the semester, the first year, and we asked the team leaders, because they were running businesses, what was the greatest learning you had? And I admit I sat back thinking, they're all going to say it's what I taught, right? It was marketing, it was business. But guess what? Not a single student said that was what mattered to them, what they learned. They talked about human development skills. They talked about learning how to pivot when things didn't go well in the business. What happened when they weren't getting along with their best friend who was the co-founder of the business. All the real world things that happen when you're running an organization. So I thought to myself, I'm missing something. There's something I don't understand about education that is going to impact how I help unlock our youth's and our students' potential. So with that, I found myself back at school in my mid-50s, this time as a student. And I pursued my doctorate in education. And when I finished, I took on the role as academic director of the Youth Impact Lab, where I have the privilege of working with teachers around the world. And one of the things that I truly learned was, what does learning mean? Because it's simply not about acquiring facts and figures. It's about experimenting. It's about reflecting on what we've done and making meaning out of it so we know how to course correct, so we know how to move forward in the world. I run our summer study program where we have students, high school students, hundreds take our youth entrepreneurship curriculum. And I'm sharing the results because I think this is powerful coming from the students. Because after taking our entrepreneurship course, they shared that they were more resilient, that they could work and collaborate with others as they solve societal problems because they work on UN global goals, right? That they were more confident in who they are. And over 80% of the students who take this course told us that they felt more confident they could do better in math and in science, in the academics. Why? Because confidence is significant. It's so powerful in learning. And I'm going to share a quote from one of the students, I'm just going to paraphrase, he was neurodiverse. And he felt like he just simply did not belong. He lacked confidence. He was afraid of speaking out in class. Yet the course changed his paradigm. It changed his confidence level, which really changed his life. Because something magical truly happens when young people own their learning, when they believe in themselves, when they know they can achieve things that others may have said you cannot, or the voice in their head said they cannot. And that's powerful. So how do we unlock this huge potential young people have to be change makers and entrepreneurial leaders in the world? I want to give you a few ideas as I close out my talk. For school leaders, for policymakers, it is so critical that you reimagine what entrepreneurship education means, because it's not simply a business topic. It's not something that you do in one class. It is embedded in how our students think, how they learn. And it's critical that our teachers have the power, the confidence, and the training to deliver on entrepreneurial mindset. For teachers, you have this amazing ability to create a culture in your classroom of entrepreneurial thinking, where young people feel like they can experiment, where they can fail, where they can pivot and pick themselves up and truly become entrepreneurial leaders and change makers. For parents, and I'm a parent, I know the temptation to want to lead our children and hold their hands, give them the answers through the journey. But that will not support our children's success. It is so important to let them experiment, to let them know that they can fail, because resilience is only built through the journey. And for students, you have the power to change the world, but it starts with a simple act. Try, experiment, but along the way, do not forget to reflect on a regular basis. What did I learn? What worked? What did not work? And how am I going to make things different? Because that's what true learning is all about. So I have a final question. Are you ready to act? Thank you.
Thank you, Beth. You've given us so much to consider about how we shape the future of education.
And preparation is more about what we just learned in classrooms in an academic setting. It's about how we challenge ourselves every single day. We have a certain responsibility to educate ourselves, to make sure that we're constantly growing, pushing our limits, and living up to our full potential.
Our next speaker is here to ask a tough but an essential question. Are you wasting your life? A Marine law enforcement officer and leadership expert, he's here to challenge us to set up, take control, and build a legacy that matters. Please welcome Ken Fraunfelter.
Where will you be in 100 years? Truth is, none of us will be here in 100 years. So the real question is, what will you leave behind? Are you living a life of value? Are you building a legacy? You see, I asked myself this question for a little bit of perspective, because when I was a kid growing up, I wanted to be a hero. I remember telling the adults in my life that I wanted to do something matter, that I wanted to be in the movies, or I wanted to be a history teacher, or I wanted to be in the Marine Corps, maybe even a police officer. However, after I left the Marines, someone very important to me told me I shouldn't want any of those things because that's not what they wanted for me. I didn't make it in the movies either, although I was once cast as an extra in Critters 2. Pretty big deal. Pretty big deal. I didn't go to college right away either. As a matter of fact, I didn't go until after I had already started down the path towards law enforcement. See, growing up in Los Angeles, I was obsessed with the TV show Chips, about the California Highway Patrol. The main characters in the show were Ponch and John, and it was filmed down near where I lived. And so every week I'd see my own neighborhood on TV, and it sparked something in me. So by the time I put on the badge, I knew I was doing God's work. I was standing in the gap for people that couldn't protect themselves. I was chasing bad guys. I was helping those in need. One time, I remember saving a woman and her 2 children who were being held captive in their own home for over 2 weeks. I've pulled people from bridges who were all about to jump. I've performed CPR on people who were all but dead, and we brought them back. And I've done that multiple times. One time, I pulled a woman from a freezing river just as the current was sweeping her away. See, I may not have made it in the movies, but I was doing something that mattered. I was doing something greater than myself. And I wasn't wasting my life. And in the end, that's what truly matters. So why did it feel like there was a piece missing from this puzzle? One night I was at the hospital. I was just finishing up a case, getting ready to leave, when a call came over the radio. It was my supervisor telling me to stay put because a patient was on the way. See, on the other side of the city, there was a drug deal that had gone wrong, as they often do. And for reasons I'll never understand, the parents of a 4-year-old little girl decided to bring her along to the drug house they were visiting that night. While they were downstairs, she played upstairs with her dolls, lost in the kind of innocent world a child should never have to leave. Downstairs, one of the men had an illegally modified firearm. When he went to stand up from the couch he was sitting on, he used it like a crutch. The butt hit the floor, the gun went off, and a burst of rounds tore through the ceiling and into the room above. The little girl never saw it coming. I stood there as they wheeled her into the ER, her tiny, lifeless body surrounded by doctors and nurses working desperately to save her. The sound of the heart rate monitor in the background, beeping steady and deliberate. Doctors and nurses rushed around the table, their voices urgent, their hands were moving fast. Some of the staff got called to another room, another victim of this senseless act. I stood there as I watched the lead doctor cry out in frustration, "Where am I getting a rhythm from?" as he pounded his hands on the table, thinking that the sound of the heart rate monitor meant she was still with us. But then the sound of the long, steady tone of no rhythm. The room went silent, and the time of death was called. One by one, the staff walked out, their eyes meeting mine as if expecting me to do something, as if I had the power to make this right somehow. But there's nothing I could do, except my job. When my partner arrived, we got to work. We examined entry wounds and exit wounds, the exact placement, the number of rounds that took this baby's life. See, words can't express the feelings I had at that, the anger, the helplessness, the frustration, the senselessness of it all. I tried to reconcile the storm of emotions I was feeling as I focused on the work, because this one stuck with me. This one dug deeper than most. Because I thought about all she could have been, the dreams, the love, the impact she will never get to make on this world. A 4-year-old little girl who had only just begun to live was now gone. Her life wasted before she ever had a chance to do anything with it. So with the ups and downs and the goods and bads and the ebb and flow that this profession affords, by 2019, I was in a pretty dark place. On paper, I was thriving. I was a SWAT operator, decorated officer. I'd even made Special Assignment Officer of the Year that year. I was pretty confident in myself. In reality, I was arrogant. I was egotistical. Until the wake-up call came. That year, during active shooter training, I performed horribly. If it had been real, I'd be dead, my team would be dead, innocent people would be dead. Days later, I got called to my lieutenant's office with my SWAT team leader, and they laid it all out for me, everything they'd observed, from my attitude to my performance, and they asked me point blank, "What's your problem?" something in me cracked. This thin facade I didn't know I was holding up just collapsed right below me. See, I'd been burying everything from my personal life to my work. My son was deployed overseas in the middle of the war. My daughter had moved away to the other side of the country, and my marriage was strained. I figured if I just focused on my work, I wouldn't have to feel or think. That meeting turned into an intervention in which I was ordered to seek counseling. The counselor told me I was going through a midlife crisis at 43. She told me men in my position usually do one of two things. I'll go out and buy a sports car or Porsche or something, or have an affair with a 21-year-old. Neither one were happening, by the way. But I had to do something for me, something I'd never done before. However, shortly after, I attended a conference with a keynote speaker being the retired police chief from the Chicago area. And what he spoke about hit me like a brick. He talked about the man he used to be that his family didn't recognize anymore because of all the trauma and the experience he's had throughout his profession. He spoke about the need he had to snap back. He spoke about the need he had to gain control of his life again, because if he didn't, he was on a path towards suicide. And this sounded all too familiar to me. So much so that something in me snapped, and I craved the need to gain control of my life again. I craved the need for positivity and growth. I stopped listening to music in my vehicle. I would listen to podcasts. During my workouts, I would only listen to audiobooks or lectures because I wanted to do better. I wanted to be better. However, life kept throwing punches at me. I got in an officer-involved shooting. I got moved around the department due to restructuring, and I lost a beloved family member, all within a very short period of time. However, I also started my own podcast, which was a positive thing, but I still wasn't pushing myself enough. And I did something I never thought I could or would do. I chose not to waste my life anymore because I wanted to be better, do better. I wanted to lead better. I sought out mentors who pushed me to become more than whatever I thought I could be, who encouraged me to dream big and recall and understand who it was God put me on this planet to be. Because one day, when I'm gone, I want my work to have mattered. I want to honor the man I always hoped I could be. And I understood what that missing puzzle piece was. It was me. It was my heart. It was my character. Which prompted me to ask this question: where will you be in 100 years? Truth is, none of us will be here. So what will you be leaving behind? Who was the hero you wanted to be as a kid? The dream you had before life told you it wasn't possible? Before adversity shaped you? Before fear crept in? Because that's the purest form of the person you know you could be. The purest dream we had before our self-imposed limits built a wall because of our fears and our self-pity, before we let others impose their limits on us. Because the only thing standing between you and the life you want is you. Not your past, not your circumstances, not the opinions of others, but it's that fear of failure, of looking bad, of stepping into the unknown, that fear of discomfort that holds you back from becoming the person you know you were meant to be. But the truth is, in 100 years, someone else will be living in your home, if it's still standing. Your car will be rust. Your possessions, the things this world tells you to chase, will be worthless or gone. None of it will matter. But what will matter is the life you lived, the value you added, the lessons you learned and taught, the encouragement you gave, the art, the service, the dreams, the ideas you brought to life. That's what will last the test of time. That's what will remain long after you're gone. But in order to build that legacy, you have to weather the storm. You have to be the one who says, I will make it happen. And I will start to make it happen today. Who was the hero you wanted to be as a kid? The dream you had. The impact you were going to make on the world. Now ask yourself, what's stopping you from making that happen? Is it that fear of failure? Is it that fear of discomfort? What do you need to do right now, as soon as you leave here, to make that dream begin to happen? Do you need to wake up earlier? Start journaling? Work out? Eat better? Read more, or start reading? You know who you are. Find a mentor or a coach. Take those classes, get that certification or that degree. Start that business. Or write that book you've been thinking about. Truth is, that person, that obstacle, that thing, that adversity that stands in your way, chances are it looks an awful lot like you. So if you're the person standing in your way, you're the one who can push yourself forward. You're the one who dreams your dreams, knows your desires, and what threatens to weaken you. Moment by moment, choice by choice, you know your potential and what it will take to unlock it. See, our legacy is not just for the world after we're gone. Our legacy is for us. It's for who we were. It's for who we are. Imagine you had a time machine, and you go back and meet your 8-year-old self. You at 8 years old, you know, that kid with pigtails, or the buzz cut kid, maybe the athletic one, or the one who always got picked last for kickball. Or maybe you were the smart one, or the one who struggled just a little bit. But you at 8 years old stands before you now. Would they? Could they look up at you and say, that's who I want to be when I grow up? Thank you.
Thank you, Ken. That was a powerful reminder that our choices define our impact.
We've explored AI, leadership, sustainability, education, and resilience. But what about the future of human-machine interaction? In a world where so many of our choices are shaped by technology, what does that mean for how we think, act, and engage with the world?
Our final speaker today, Alexander Sika, class of 2027, is a Babson undergraduate and tech entrepreneur whose work focuses on AI, ethics, and innovation. He's here to challenge the way we think about technology's role in our lives.
Please welcome Alexander.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's an absolute honor to be closing speaker here today. First, I want to thank my beautiful family who traveled so far just to be here tonight. And to the incredible speakers who came before me, thank you for your brilliance, your stories, your ideas. I'm truly honored to follow in your footsteps this afternoon. And to the TEDx student and faculty coordinators, thank you for the heart and time and care put into making this event so special. Now, I want each of you to take a second to think. What was the very first thing you did when you woke up this morning? Now, don't lie. If the first thing you did was check your phone, please raise your hand. There we are. Now keep your hand up if you've ever picked up your phone just for a quick scroll, but before you know it, a few minutes turn into hours. And when you finally snap out of it, you're hit with a wave of guilt followed by a mind-numbing fog, almost like your brain is slowly rotting away. Now take a look around. You are not alone in this struggle. All right, so you all can put your hands down. So for the many of you who raised your hands, you've already experienced being lured right into the digital labyrinth. Howdy, y'all. I'm Alexander Sika, and don't worry, I'm not here to hit you with that tired old advice to just touch grass or get rid of your phone. because that's just not happening, especially in this digital age. So instead of trying to resist the inevitable, I'm here to show you how to navigate this ever-luring digital labyrinth, where algorithms lurk like minotaurs, tasked with just one thing: to keep you trapped and wandering forever. But before we can map our way through it, we first need to understand how we ended up here in the first place. Now, there's no question. From the moment we're born, we are all wired for connection. Psychologists call this the attachment theory. It's the natural instinct in infants to form deep emotional bonds with their caregivers. And for generations, those bonds were built through small and often overlooked moments. The warmth of a parent's hug, the sound of their voice, and that comforting gaze telling you, even before words are understood, you're safe, you belong, you're loved. But today, something else is competing for that critical bond. Newborns are cradled in one arm while a smartphone glows in the other. Toddlers reach for tablets before they can even walk. And by the time they can form sentences, they already know how to swipe, tap, and casually consume digital content. Don't believe me? Just take a look around at any public space nowadays. Airports, restaurants, maybe even in the audience today. iPad kids are everywhere. And in the digital age, this crucial bond in a child's development, it's shifting from parents to pixels. And as our habits evolve, so does the illusion of choice. We all like to believe we're in charge of our digital experiences, choosing what we scroll past, what we click on, what we engage with. However, that choice, it's seemingly becoming more and more of an illusion in this digital age. Every swipe, every tap, every pause, it feeds into a system designed to study us, our habits, our impulses, our lusts. The labyrinth's walls begin to rise, shift, and warp with every step we take, silently reshaping just beyond the pixels. And the more we mindlessly wander, the tighter this maze becomes, subtly leading us down paths that are further and further from the exit. And the scariest part, most of us don't even realize it's happening. A 2022 study by the Pew Research Center found that nearly 80% of people believe they are making truly independent choices about the content they are consuming. But after analyzing their browsing history, the study found that the most engaged in content that was in fact algorithmically recommended. Now, it's not just that we're being lured through twists and turns. It's that we don't even realize it. But the illusion of control isn't the only trap we fall into. The digital labyrinth is smart. It also preys on one of our deepest vulnerabilities, our insatiable need for validation. In this digital age, our self-worth is measured in likes, comments, shares. It's no longer just about scrolling. It's about being seen. And in the past, validation came from relationships, from family, from friendships, in-person connection. But today, that sense of worth, it's been hijacked from algorithms, and it's not by accident. Social media doesn't just offer artificial validation. It manufactures it. It uses instant gratification as its weapon of choice. A 2021 Harvard study found that likes and notifications trigger a dopamine release, a powerful reward chemical in our brains. But here's the catch. The more hits we get, the harder it is to satisfy. But dopamine is not the problem. It's how we've been trained to use it. And here's the shift. With intention and consistency, we can rewire these very same chemicals to work in our favor, not against us. Now, back in high school, when I first got serious about fitness, I wanted results fast. I thought if I'd slash the calories low enough, I'd have abs by the end of the week. But instead of getting shredded, I crashed almost immediately. And I ended up binging Oreos and chocolate milk instead. Now, what actually worked was actually quite the opposite. By starting small, in a slight calorie deficit, and setting one goal each day to hit a workout, then slowly progressing over time, that's finally when the results came. Now, something I've learned in my years of training is that real, lasting change does not come from the extremes. It comes from small wins that stack over time. There's a phrase for this, Kaizen. It's a Japanese philosophy about continuous improvement through small, consistent steps. No shortcuts, just progress, brick by brick. And the same thing applies to your dopamine. You don't have to just cut it out. You have to stop overdosing on it and start using it in ways that reinforce discipline, not distraction, so that it can reward habits that build you, not numb you. And that first habit, well, it starts the moment you wake up. So own your mornings. Your mornings, they set the tone for your entire day. So here's what I do. First, I wake up at the first snooze of my alarm, hop out of bed, then I make it. No snooze, no second guessing. Then, I take a glass of water with electrolytes and lemon juice. No caffeine, just hydration. Next, I take an ice cold shower. No hesitation, just straight into the cold. And lastly, I take a final step outside and get some sunlight on my eyes. No sunglasses, no screens. Now, these habits, backed by science and personal experience, boost my energy, focus, and mood. But most importantly, they work for me. Now, it's up to you. You can choose your routine. It could be anything: journaling, meditating, hitting a workout, anything that leaves you feeling proud of the morning, towards your goals. Or you can just reach for your phone and shamefully scroll away another day that is not promised. Now, you've all probably heard of the saying, "You are what you eat." Well, I hope that doesn't come as a shocker, but that very same thing applies to your digital diet as well. Now, that is why I break my priorities into 3 core pillars. The first one being health. Your physical and mental health are the foundation. Because if your body and mind are in ruins, how can you possibly expect to build a company, stay ahead in your field, or most importantly, show up for the people who matter most? Entrepreneurs love to brag about sacrificing sleep and working insane hours. But what's the point of all that money if you're too drained to live that life that it was meant to fund? Your health isn't just a priority. It is the prerequisite. Number 2, wealth. Now, I believe every single person in this room was born to be a master in their uniqueness. Each has a unique combination of skills, passions, and potential that no one else on this earth possesses. And because only you are equipped to solve that, I believe it's one's mission in life to discover it, own it, and become the absolute best at it. Turning your purpose into something real, something meaningful. And for me, that means trying to build my startup, something truly valuable that I believe I can also bring to the people. And that's also what brought me here, standing in front of this stage, in front of such amazing people, to share not just an idea, but a responsibility. Nevertheless, knowing your purpose just isn't enough. You have to actively and intentionally design it. That is why I have separate emails for every area that I hope to master, whether it be fitness, business, AI, investing, even one for my hobbies. Because if I'm going to be bombarded with personalized ads and content, they better be making me sharper and pushing me towards my goals. So instead of living on the recommended and For You page, I challenge you to take action by taking control. Now, with artificial and general intelligence on the horizon and the rising fear of jobs being replaced by machines, the last pillar is one that I believe hopefully AI will never replace, and that's love. Love is why we build our health and wealth in the first place. We grind, we push, we sacrifice, but for what? More clicks, more likes, more fleeting distractions? In a world designed for passive consumption, the most powerful thing you can do is create something valuable, something that leaves this world truly better than before. And that is why the framework of health, wealth, and love keeps me grounded. Because in my opinion, true success is not measured in what we gain, but what we can give back. Now, last but not least, the 5-second check. Now, I want each and every one of y'all to take out your phones. If you have an iPhone, I can walk you through something. And so I want you to do this. The next time you find yourself reaching for your phone impulsively, I want you to take a second to think and count to 5. Why am I picking this up? If there's no real reason, just put it down. And if you're still finding it too tempting, well, there's no shame. Just make it a little less appealing. So here's how to do it. Switch your phone to grayscale and start using Do Not Disturb more often. Because app designers, they fine-tune every color, every sound, every notification just to hijack your attention. And when you strip away the colors and silence the pings, you're not just reducing your distractions, you're reclaiming your free will. So for your iPhone users out there, go to your settings, go to your accessibility center, then go to display, then to text size, then to your color filters, and then hit grayscale. And for Android, well, I do not have an Android, so you're just gonna have to watch a YouTube video. Now look, the algorithms, they will not stop tempting. The notifications will keep luring. And the doom scroll will never end, not unless you decide it does. So I challenge all of you today to audit your content, your routines, so that you can reprogram your digital life to have it start serving you and the 3 pillars. Because in a world hell-bent on distracting you, you face one choice every morning. Build your dreams brick by brick, or keep wandering into the digital labyrinth. The choice is yours. Thank you.
Wow, what a powerful way to close our lineups of speakers. Alex's insights remind us that bold ideas and a willingness to change the circumstances can drive meaningful change. And that's exactly what today's has been about, exploring fresh perspective, questioning the norms, and leaving here with a new way to think about the world around us.
And as we close TEDxBabsonCollege 2025 today, I want to thank our 12 phenomenal speakers for sharing their ideas worth spreading with our community and beyond. TEDx, to me, has always been a ripple effect. My own journey started as a freshman in high school, just attending a TEDx event at school. That single moment set off a chain reaction, and since then, I've had the privilege of helping organize multiple TEDx events over the years. I've seen firsthand how these ideas take a life of their own, how they inspire, challenge, and push us forward. This event would not have been possible without the tireless efforts of our incredible TEDx team. They have worked so hard behind the scenes for months to bring today's event to life, and we ask that you please join us in recognizing them now. Team, when we call your name, please come up here and give a wave. So on logistics first, we have our co-heads Mokshil and Sujin, and other members Pavan, Krish, Isabella, and Hanan.
Speaker management, co-heads are Aditya and Shalene, and team members are Dia, Sienna, Kisha, and Twesha.
On the finance team, we have co-heads Karan and Charlotte, and members Agustia and Fabrizio.
Sponsorship is Aditi, Ria, and David.
In marketing, our heads are Mehek and Christina, and we have Justin, Nandika, and Harshman helping too.
Our freshman representatives are Charlotte, Dhruvi, Ninda, Raina, Caitlin, and Anna. We'd also like to thank Ms. Levin for her beautiful opening remark, and to everyone who played a role in today's event, our photographers, pianists, and the rocket pitchers, and the Babson Speech Center, especially the Babson Speech Center. Thank you. Thank you for your contribution in making this experience unforgettable.
And last but certainly not least, we want to give a special thank you to our incredible advisor, Tamala Lomenzo. Your guidance and support have been absolutely invaluable, and we appreciate you so much. We would not have been able to do this without you. Thank you so much, Tammy.
Thank you.
With that, oh, sorry. And finally, to each and every one of you in the audience, your enthusiasm, curiosity, and energy have elevated this event beyond words. We hope the inspiration you found here today carries forward with you to the world.
With that, let's continue pushing boundaries, sharing bold ideas, and embracing the ripple of change that starts right here. We can't wait to see what you do next, and we hope to see you again at the next year's event.
If you're interested in getting involved in TEDxBabsonCollege, please see the details noted at the end of your programs. Thank you all so much for coming here today, and as my mom always says, I hope you have a magical day. That's it. Yes. We would love to have our speakers come up here, join us as well. We'll get some amazing pictures together.